And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week, another edition of some StarCraft, some ESL Open Cup, ESL Masters Spring 2024 Open Bracket B. I'm of course Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by these replays, by the people in the chat as well. Welcome. This is something a little bit different. We spoke about this yesterday. We have some days off. we have some days off, Papi, because of Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is over the weekend, which means there's no Kung Fu Cup, there's no WTL, there's no World Team League. A lot of our regular broadcasted events aren't happening this weekend, which means we have some free days. So I could take some time off. I could just sleep. I could just catch up on other things. I could not cast StarCraft, but that's crazy. That just doesn't make any sense. So we have some replays to catch up on. I did want to catch up on DreamHack Dallas. The reasoning for this, for those that may be unaware, we were the official C stream. We were the official C stream of DreamHack Dallas. We were covering the open stage, we were covering the knockout bracket. But the reality is a lot of these matches in the open stage and in the knockout bracket were not casted. We did our best at the time. We did our best to cover as much as we could, but a lot of these games weren't casted, and it feels like a bit of a shame that none of it, or that a bunch of it wasn't broadcasted. There's a lot of really good matches that were occurring here, and I did want to try to cover some of it as best as I could. I know that DreamHack Dallas is now 2-3 weeks old. 3 weeks, something like that. Ideally we would have done this a little bit sooner, but we had no free days. Like the problem is that we were casting every day, and we just didn't have a free slot available for these DreamHack catch-up casts. So now, you know, 3 weeks later, I'm willing to bring it out. We have some free days finally with Home Story Cup, and because of that, I want to catch up. Did want to catch up here. So again, if you happen to have watched some of these matches yourself, the replay pack for DreamHack Dallas is public. It is publicly available. It was posted on Twitter, it was posted on social media, so it is available to everyone. And I mean, we've got all these amazing overlays from being the C stream as well, so I did want to make use of them, and we're going to be going over them here tonight for the next couple of days. Oh, I should say, the plan was to cover DreamHack Dallas replays for the next couple of days while Home Story Cup is going on. That's the case today, maybe not tomorrow and the day after. The reason for that is last minute, but we're going to be casting Home Story Cup. I was told literally like a couple of hours ago. Like a couple of hours ago, we were notified. Like, so I reached out to the organizers over at Home Story Cup. I was like, "Yo, you guys need a B stream?" I didn't hear anything, and then I got a message this morning like, "Oh, sorry, I thought I messaged you." Yeah, and I'm like, okay, thanks for letting us know with so much time to prepare. So I'm fine letting you guys know. We will be, now we know, we are going to be a part of Home Story Cup. We're going to be a side stream. I don't know B, C, D, or I don't know how many side streams are going to be, but we are going to be a side stream for Home Story Cup for the group stage. So Home Story Cup is a 3-day event, and I believe the group stage is 2 days. So I'll have to, well, basically, I haven't even looked at the scheduling, and I haven't even looked at how the calendar is going to look. But because we're going to be covering some of the earlier days of Home Story Cup, the group stage, it means that the otherwise planned DreamHack casts that we were going to do tomorrow and the day after, we might cancel those, which is a shame. Like, I wanted to cast as much as I could over this weekend, and I mean, we're still going to be casting, but maybe less so DreamHack and more so Home Story Cup. So yeah, that's the plan. So that's what's happening here on the CranKy Ducklings. Just letting you know ahead of time that we are going to be casting some Home Story Cup. It also means that I need to make sure that fun fact, after the SC2 Safe House and after House of Galactic Battle, which have been the last 2 weekends, now that they're done, I was like, finally, I can sleep at a regular time here in Australia. You know, I can cast until like, I don't know, like 11 p.m. midnight, you know, 1 a.m., something like that. And then I can go to bed. I can wake up when the sun is up. Nah, I have to destroy my sleep schedule again for Home Story Cup. Yeah. So I'm a little bit concerned. But I'm a little bit concerned that I'm not going to be as energetic because I have very little time to adjust my sleep schedule. But I'll be okay. We'll be good. We'll be good. Congrats. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Is your clock wrong? Oh, hold on. Hold on. That clock is wrong. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry, I keep forgetting about that. Hold on. Clock. I got you. Bam! Alright, it's up to date. Thank you for that, thank you. But yes, the time is not correct. So yeah, I'm gonna have to reset my sleep schedule and then get back on that EU casting horse. It's gonna be amazing. According to Wikipedia, start time 1 hour before WTL. Okay, not too late. Okay. It is 2 days. Yeah. We'll figure it out. But with that, we're going to be jumping in. So, when it comes to the open stage here of... not the group stage. When it comes to the open stage of DreamHack Dallas, there were a couple of things about it. Now, we did end up covering Group A and Group D, I believe. Group A and Group D we casted live. We did not cover Group D and Group B, and we did not cover Group C. And that is what we are planning to do. That is the plan here tonight. I do have to update some of these text files though, because that is not correct. It's not the group stage, it's the open stage, Papi, the open stage. So we'll be getting on that. Un momento. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we're going to be starting things off with Solar versus Rogue. Now, we did cast Solar versus Rogue live at the time, but they faced multiple times in the event. So I'm ready. I'm excited. I remember being so torn at the time. I think I was casting with Yaku. Zaku, and I saw Solar versus Rogue in the first round, but it was a mirror match. It was a ZVZ. And we ended up avoiding the mirror matches as best as we could, and we went for some NA players because it was DreamHack Dallas at the time, so we wanted to feature NA players instead. Players like Riser and Future and Dolan, who was also there as well, of course. So at the time live, we were focusing on some other players, but now we can focus on players as good as Solar and Rogue, which is again crazy that they faced off so early on in the tournament in the open stage. Let's go. Game 1, Alkione. Let's jump in. When I'm up at 3 AM, I can watch. Let's go. We'll go for 12 hours anyway. True. Beautiful. It's how Home Story Cup goes. It's going to be a lot of matches, I'm sure. Here we go, we are jumping on in and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione. We have our red Zerg player representing Team Vitality. In the top right hand corner, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the other South Korean Zerg, the blue Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. I had to think for a moment there. I don't often get to cast Rogue, but yes, he is on Team Falcons alongside Bunny, if I recall correctly. It's Bunny and Rogue, both representing Team Falcons. I always have to remember that it's hello. Wait, what? As Solar is going for a 12 pool. Okay, we're going for a 12 pool. Likewise, we have a drone skirting around the edge of the map. Now, Solar and Rogue, we did cast them later on in the event, and it was very chaotic. It was a very short series. Oh, it looks like there was a bit of a pause at the time. But likewise, Solar and Rogue already going to be popping up. Now, Rogue is going for a standard hatch gas pool. Meanwhile, Solar has kept that drone a little bit hidden. We're coming in for, I imagine, a spine crawler, as links are on the way. Drone dips in, does pull away, and Solar, you have my attention. He's got the money! Proxy hatch into the cancel, into the spine crawler. I imagine, again, you can do a bit of a trick here where there is technically creep under the hatchery. There it is! Oh, no! We missed it! Oh, that is a brutal moment here. We did miss the spine crawler. Solar, we can't afford this. There we go. Spine crawler now on the way. This is delayed, though, and every second counts. In this kind of game state, every second does count. Rogue has not seen this, not yet. Spinecrawler will eventually finish. Lings are flooding across the map as we speak. The goal here is to shut down this natural base to go further than that. We are expanding back at home. This is still very committed. Hatchery does finish up. Lings, they dive on the base. And now we know. Now we have eyes on the Spinecrawler. And are we going to try to fight for this? Are we going to try and save the natural base? If we do, we have to pull the boys. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. Spinecrawler looking to reposition. But again, this Spinecrawler is late. It is going to be boring. Drones, they dive on in. So far, good kiting here from Solar. And the Spinecrawler should be able to burrow. The additional Lings have arrived. They do, force them back. And this Spinecrawler is a beautiful anchor point here. Rogue, he's in trouble. We're going to get the hatchery. Oh, Queen pops out. Oh, Queen does pop out. We go for the fight. We go for the trade. Lings are going down for Rogue. Solar is trading well, but he's running out of Lings. Down to one, down to, just the one Ling. And it looks like we're going to be able to hold on. We barely get the spine. Yeah, we shut down the Lings as well. Rogue, he's down to 12 drones. Compared to the 15 of Solar. As Solar's just now getting his own natural base up and running. He did not kill the hatchery. That was the minimum that he was looking for. And with that, Rogue is in a much better position. The reason why I say this, even though Rogue is down on drones, what does Rogue have? Rogue has Link Speed. Link Speed is now done. Rogue is flooding Lings across the map. And Solar, how do we defend? We have slow Lings. We have 2 Queens. I mean, no Lings whatsoever. Solar, he's droning. Uh-oh. Solar is droning, which means you are vulnerable to a Link Flood. Now, we haven't mined extra gas, so we're not going for a Bane Bust. It's just pure Link Flood. Just a Link Flood here out of Rogue. You can see the Queens repositioning. And again, the Queens are going to be able to hold position on the ramp and reduce surface area. That is true, but we don't have any Lings. We just have the Spinecrawler now on the way. I'm loving the boys being pulled. We're here to hold position. And nice hold position micro here on top of the Queens. Lings, they dive on in. There's no transfuse. One of the Queens going to be going down, but the rest of the boys have been pulled. Spinecrawler is denied. And again, decent hold position Michael, but the Lings, they get on top of the Queens nonetheless. 1 Queen goes down, 2nd Queen goes down. 1 Queen left. Lings, they keep flooding across the map. They're getting on top of the final Queen, and Solar's going to be punished. He's going to lose everything. The Queens fall, the drones as well. The Spinecrawlers are denied. And with that, GG gets called. Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG again. Solar, unfortunately, he did fail with his initial opener. What I mean by that is, I mean, the Spinecrawler was a little bit delayed, but he was looking to at least kill the hatchery. He needed to at least kill the base. That would have done so much for Solar. He fought hard for it, but he didn't get it. Rogue barely was able to save it. Very nice control out of Rogue, especially with his workers to hold position and to drone drill against the Lings of his opponent. Queen came out in time as well, and GG. Rogue takes game 1. Does take the first game, and I expect this to be a short series. Let's jump into game 2. Gonna be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Zerg player, our South Korean Zerg, down in this series, looking to bounce back. The pressure is on. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0, surviving the cheese. It is Rogue. Now, what I find interesting about what just happened is that we rarely see Solar 12 pull. Like, we cast Solar quite a lot and quite often. Like, we've seen him often against players like Cyril, against Raynor, against Dark as well, and yeah, even against the foreigners. Like, Solar doesn't really go for hyper aggression quite like that. Like, he goes for all ins. Don't get me wrong, does go for plenty of all ins. Yeah, that more specific setup of going for a 12 pull with the Spinecrawler as well is not something we see too often out of Solar. So I'm curious if maybe, again, because Rogue is recently returning, he's only been back for a couple of months at this point, maybe Solar believes that he can out-control and out-micro him, maybe a bit of overconfidence in game 1, And now I'm sure his expectations are a little bit more tempered here in Game 2, and will be taking a different approach. A slight different approach just because Oceanborn is known for cutting workers. Like, the rush distance by ground is a little bit shorter. Likewise, the third base is very exposed. We've seen a lot of all-ins here on Oceanborn, especially when Zerg players are involved, especially in ZVZs as well. So it's going to be a game about just scouting, about getting a read on the saturation at the natural, at the third base of both players. We'll see if Rogue can keep up in a longer game. Clearly, the early game, we can defend. Clearly. We shall see. Until then, hatch gas full. Standard openers all around. We have Link Speed on the way for Solar. We do have the same to be said for Rogue. So we're just going to be calming things down here, settling into a standard game. What's interesting to me is that Solar didn't pull out of gas. So he's going to have slightly extra gas here to get into a slightly faster bailing nest. This could just be for safety. It could just be for safety here. Usually you would pull out and then pull back in a little bit later, as you don't really need to prioritize bailing speed too much. Sorry, bailing's too much, not necessarily speed. Third bases are being taken. You see Solar being active, just scouting. There's a bailing nest on the way for Solar. Likewise on the way for Rogue. So do settle in. No one cutting any corners this time. Not this time. Oh, shout out to the Road to the Esports World Cup. That's also next weekend. We also have to get around to covering that. The next week, so this weekend is Homestar Cup. Next weekend is the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Let's go. It's just every weekend there's just something major going on. Speaking of major, that's a hidden roach warren. We spoke earlier about how it is not uncommon to go for all-ins, especially on Oceanborn. There it is. We have a hidden roach warren from Solo. We're rushing into roaches as quickly as possible. Rogue going for a standard roach warren timing. Safety bailing on the way as well. Rogue going for a more standard response. And the roach warren timing is going to be spotted by Solar. He is aware. And Solar is cutting workers. We're cutting drones at 28. 28 workers is all we need. We have the 1 gas saturation. Now we know why we pulled into gas and we stayed in gas as well. We have 8 roaches on the way. We're going to be flooding Lings behind it. We have the third base just for Larva. So essentially a 2 base all-in, or really a 1.5 base all-in out of Solar. And Rogue has yet to really piece this together. He spots some Lings and now he sees the roaches. Now he knows. Now he knows what's going on. He has to evacuate the third base. Spine Crawlers are on the way. Spine Crawler at the third. Bold move. Queens are coming together as well. The Queens are pushing forward. How good is the bailing connection going to be? Oh, we have 1 bailing each. Roaches are on the way. Get on top of the bait. We try to get on top of that Spine Crawler. Bailing has dues done away the Lings. Yeah, roaches have arrived. Spine Crawler is not going to finish. It's too exposed. Yeah, rough position for the Spine Crawler. We can dive on top of the main army. Bailings are on the way. But that's a kill, not a cancel. And we're getting on top of the Queens. They can't transfuse. There's not enough energy. The Queens go down one after the other. And just like that, Solar, he at least zones away the army. We'll get a kill on the third base. We can keep it going from here. We can keep going. As long as we have Lings. And we can buffer. We can focus on roaches. One after the other. Oof. And it's just an uphill battle from here. We ignore the third. We're going for the kill, going for the natural. Solo's overextending a little bit with some of these roaches as we're taking a lot of hits, but here come the Lings. They come into support. Yeah, Solo has to retreat. Does pull back as he's running out of roaches. He's not making any more. But he'll still trade well. Yeah, he gets us around. Just too many Lings, too much momentum in favor of Solar. And Rogue, it took him a little bit too long to realize what was happening. Likewise, the defensive setup wasn't ideal either. Boys are being pulled. We ignore the third. We don't need the third. As we're just going for the kill. Solar still maintaining 3 roaches. GG gets called, and Solar ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3 here. All the way to that ace. And game 3 going to be taking place on Site Delta. That is an interesting one for ZVZ. Okay, we're calming things down. You know, we've kind of experienced different stages of aggression here from of Zerg in ZVZ. Game 1 was a 1-base all-in. Game 2, 1.5. Game 3, 2-base. Potentially. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match, it is a Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. And clearly my eyes are on Solar. He's been hyper aggressive this entire series, both game 1 and game 2, with mixed success. In this series so far. And what I referred to earlier when I was kind of alluding to 2-base play, Site Delta is known for being very safe to play 2-base. What I'm referring to is the ramp. One of the main features of Site Delta is the ramp coming into the natural. Because of this, 2-base Roach is not unheard of, is seen more often than not on this map, where you can just delay your Bailey Nest, throw down Eva Chamber, Roach Warren, delay your 3rd base, stay on 2 bases a little bit longer, either commit to 2-base play or expand and take a later 3rd instead and skip the Ling Bane phase. So I'll keep my eye out. We'll see if either player does embrace that kind of style. And if we do end up walling up on 2 bases, then it does give access to not just roaches, but also something like Muta play. We'll see if we get there. For now, we're calming things down. For now, standard openers, no early gases, no early pulls. We are settling in. We send out our overlords, just getting some scanning information, nothing too major yet. And we'll soon be determining how aggressive we want to be. And again, mainly it's been mainly in the court of Solar. Like, he's been the one being hyper aggressive. Rogue, he's out here, he just wants to play StarCraft. He's like, Bobby, I just want a macro. I just want to get a 3rd. I want to just get up to 3-base saturation, make roaches, butt head against your roaches. Is that so wrong? Smooch. So we are going to be joining up. Initial links are on the way. They're going to be moving out to scouts, getting eyes on any earlier tech, like an early Evo Chamber or early Bailey Nest or Roach Warren. Meanwhile, Rogue is going to be taking the 3rd base, and so is Solar, so no one is playing 2-base. We're taking our 3rds. We're not skipping out on Banelings. We're not skipping out on tech. Playing this out standard for now. Rogue is making an extra pair of Lings, which is not standard at this time. We're gonna keep making Lings. We are. Okay, Rogue, hiding those Lings. We're going for Ling Flood. We're going for a Ling Flood. We're banking up Lings back at home. Cutting workers at 22. How the turns have tabled. First it was Solar being that kind of dictating the pace of the game, being hyper aggressive. Now instead it is Rogue. He has pulled out of gas. No Bailey Nest whatsoever. It's just gonna be pure Lings from Rogue. And it's on Solar to figure it out. He has yet to scout the natural. Solar has not found a way in. And here come the Lings. We get Ling speed in a couple of seconds. The Overlord does confirm this. Back at home, we have Lings on the way. Bathing us as well. We need to prepare. We need to defend. And I'm not too sure if we're going to have enough Bailings. And now in production, but it's too late. We're on top of the Bailings. We're on top of the Queen. The Lings have arrived. Bailings are going to be shut down one after the other. We're going to get on top of the Queen. Second Queen has arrived, but we're just going to get surrounded. Is that it? The Queens get surrounded. 0 Bailings. We're going to try and morph them in. There's Bailings on the way on the high ground. But here comes Rogue. We bust into the main. They're not going to finish. Yeah, the Bailings, they will not finish. We have one more Bailing on the way on the low ground. We immediately surround it. And Rogue, he just came to the bases, came to the production of a Solar. 2 more Bailings on the way in the mineral line. And it looks like they will finish. Up. Oh my god. One of them gets spent, so there's one left. And we're still flooding. We're still just flooding across the map. The Bailing, it does detonate on high ground. GG gets called, and Rogue will take the series 2-1 in 10 minutes. GG. GG, well played. Rogue will take it, and I did know that this series is going to be a fast one ahead of time, but I was not sure how fast or who was going to be the aggressor. It was mainly Solar. Rogue spiced it up towards the end there, and again, Solar, unfortunately, with his first 2 lings, he did need to scout the main base. He did need to confirm whether there was the bailiness, the saturation, the gas mining, whether we were making drones or making lings. We didn't get an eye on that. On top of that, we didn't actually react too well either. I do have to put a little bit of onus on Solar there. When he saw the lings moving out across the map, Solar, it was very brazen of him to make those first banelings out in the open. To be a little bit critical there, we saw those first 3 banelings outside of the natural when, especially upon seeing how many lings were coming, we did need to have the wherewithal to make those lings further back, either in the natural or in the main base. Like, those banelings could have been morphed in safer locations, and if that occurred, they would have finished, and then maybe a different game. Not saying we would have defended, you know, this counter micro, and potentially would have lost the banelings anyway, but yeah, that was basically what it lost Solar the game there. The fact that it took him so long to manage to get a baneling up and running. I was okay with his second morphin of banelings. If you remember, after the first 3 failed banelings, he morphed in 2 more on top of the ramp, which I thought was fine, because I mean, hey, it's like further back in your main. It was a shame that by that point Rogue had already gained access to the natural and gained access to the main as well. So like, it was like the snowball effect very quickly came into effect there, and everything escalated so quickly. GG, well played. Rogue did take it, and with that, Solar got knocked down to the lower bracket. Oh, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be getting ready for our next series here. So Rogue advances on into the upper semifinals, and we're here to determine who faces off against Rogue in those upper semis, and who gets knocked down to face off against Solar. Up next is going to be Showdown versus Mana in a PvP. The mirror matchup. This is also why at the time we avoided this group as well, because I'm referring to me and Yaku, why we casted Group A instead of Group B, is because there were just so many mirror matchups here. I didn't want to have Yaku cast a non-Terran group either. For those curious, there are 0 Terrans in this group. It's purely Zerg and Protoss, only Zerg and Protoss. So I didn't want Yaku. I wanted to give Yaku some Terran. I always try to do that for those that are curious. Whenever I'm casting like an open cup or any tournament really, and if I'm casting with Yaku or Asher, I try to make sure we cover some Terran for them. Likewise, if I'm ever casting with Chase, I try to cast, or NXZ, I try to cover some Zerg. I try to, you know, I try to play to my co-caster's strengths whenever I can. But here we go, we're diving into our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. Oh, sorry, representing from land of Poland, representing Team Liquid, it is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Showdown. We go. ZVZ always feels like I have more stuff I win compared to TVT and PvP, at least from my viewer perspective. I would say that in mirror matchups, that's applicable to both. TVT is a little bit different because the thing about TVT is that even if you're down in supply, you can still take a better fight just because of positional play. Like I'm specifically referring to like tank setups and tank lines, and being able to like siege instead of your opponents, having the ability to have ravens as well. Like there are ways to have some more counterplay to someone who has more supply than you in TVT. You can make that argument a little bit more in PvP as well. The thing about ZVZ is I would say it's probably the most unforgiving mirror matchup. I think I would say ZVZ is more unforgiving than PvP. They both have different aspects that are brutal. To be fair, like they both have really brutal aspects to them, referring to ZVZ and PvP specifically, when it comes to like catch-up mechanics and stuff like that. But the difference about ZVZ is that it's hard to catch your opponent out of position because of overlords. Because all your units early on are ground based, and because you see all the attack paths, it's really difficult to like get like a really good surround or like a surprising engagement in Roach v Roach or Lingbane versus Lingbane. So yeah, there's a little bit less leeway for that sort of stuff, and it can be more brutal in that sense. I mean, there's a lot more that goes into it, but that's my perspective. So now we're settling in. We are settling in. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of mana across the map. We have yet to really invest here. Getting into our Stalker Sentry, soon to be expansion. Expansion is going to be delayed. Oh, that's a rough delay there. We will eventually take our Nexus. We're getting there, as Shadan is forced to invest into additional sentries just so we can spend its money. Mana instead going for a more aggressive start, going for our initial Oracle. Oracle is moving out. Likewise, we're also going to be taking our expansion at around the same time. It should have been a little bit faster by Shadan, but the last pylon block did disrupt him, and we're going for a safety robo opener. Okay, Shadan playing this a little bit more safe and secure. Likewise, Mana following up the Stargate with a robo as well. Oracle is moving out. Making way to across the map. The Shadan does spot the Oracle with the pylon. Really interesting pylon location. Oracle dives in. We're in position. We get one probe kill, but only the one. At least Mana keeps the Oracle alive. We can always dip back in, always get some more damage. But Shadan is keeping up. He's able to keep up. Both players going to be expanding, taking their naturals. Mana moving out. Bearing in mind that Mana does have more firepower here with his army, as he did not make as many sentries. As Oracles instead, as the Oracle does try to catch some of these probes, almost. Dragging the army out of position, and Mana will be shutting down that pylon at the same time. Shadan going for a very fast third. Oh my god. Heba, is that you? Like, we're barely saturating our natural bases, and Shadan is being so greedy. Doing a great job keeping up with the Oracle. The Oracle did not scout the third base. Bearing in mind as well that Mana did stay on a lower sentry count, so less hallucinations. Less opportunity to scout. Heavily reliant on that Oracle. Diving into the main. Stalkers are in position. We do warp in. Mana now going for his Twilight Council. Made safety Immortals. I mean, I say that. These Immortals are actually quite fast for Mana. Committing quite hard to this. And yeah, okay, never mind. So I say safety Immortals. We're going for a much more aggressive build. We're going for a 2-base all-in. We're busting into Immortal production, and we have Glaive Adepts on the way. Hyper-aggression here from Mana. And Shadan has yet to confirm this. We have been quite greedy, taking the third. Very greedy here from our blue Protoss player. But with our hallucinations, we should be able to scout our opponent, get a read on what's going on. I say that hallucination scout is going to be denied. Ooh. Hallucination does fall. Shadan working on a forge for upgrades. Twilight Council as well. These are all good things, good signs for Mana. It's not much more resources invested in upgrades and in tech, less so in a standing army. At least we are making Immortals. Shadan is producing them defensively. Has a shield battery, has an overcharge. Mana getting ready to move out. Gateway Explosion is finishing up. It's going to be 6 gates in total. Oh, sorry, did I say 6? Oh, yeah. 6, 7, 8. Never mind. So 2 base, 8 gates all in. We're doubling down. Mana does move out. Shadan has not been able to scout the movement so far. Sing out the Observer. Doesn't have the Zelnaga. Shadan will be caught by surprise. He does have more shield batteries on the way. Yeah, the line of cannons as well. Yes, the buy time, drag the army over towards the third. Overcharge is pumped. And that's they just ignore the army. We're gonna maybe get one Immortal. Oof. Good juggling out of Mana. Does save them. Cancels the shade, doesn't commit. Doesn't commit yet so far. Shutdown is holding on. And we're pulling back to the cannons. Cannons adding a lot of DPS. Likewise, cannons at the natural as well. Let's go. If boys are being pulled, we can afford to lose them. Yeah, probes are going down, but we're getting on top of the Immortals. Good juggling out of mana, but we shut down every single adept. Yeah, 2 adepts managed to shade back, but the longer this goes on, the better it is for Shutdown. Remember, Shutdown, he's up a base, he's working on upgrades, blink +1. Shutdown is outscaling mana. And it's too late. It's too late at this point. We dive on the arm, we're going for the prism. Up the prism. Get zoned away, we can just focus down the Immortals. And we're happy with that. Yeah, the Immortals are going down one after the other. Adepts, they shade in, they get shut down by the cannon. And mana almost has nothing left. A handful of adepts, a prism, and nothing else. Again, we were completely all in. And Shutdown, even though he didn't see the army, when he saw that there was no third base, that's when he decided to throw down the cannons. Like, he threw down just a line of sight defense here at his natural and his third when he realized there was no third base. Missed the army, but hey, he was in position nonetheless. So do shade into the main. We're going for economic damage, but again, probe kills is not what we're really looking for. It's a cannon to help support. And in a head-to-head fight, these adepts, they just can't take it here. They can't take it to these stalkers. They shade down to the low ground, the Immortals are in position. We force field the adepts, we lock them down. We're trying to do what we can, but alas, mana, he's running out of steam. As he's desperately still warping in adepts. He at least kept the prism alive. War prism did survive. Oh, but here comes Shutdown. We're moving out with 3 Immortals. How many Stalkers? 19! 19 Stalkers against 11 Adepts. A base trade is the best option. It's like the best chance that mana has. It's going to be rotating everything across the map. And there's nothing at home to defend. We could try to recall, but we have to go for it. And we're just too late. Shutdown has already started the base trade. And mana just begun. We're even recalling back home. We don't even need to. A bit of an Artosis pylon, but we keep it alive. Overcharges popped. Cannons go ham. Immortals are recall back home. GG gets called, and Shutdown takes game number 1. Almost in complete control of that game. GG. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff here. Again, Mana is a veteran of the European scene, and Shutdown is more of a newcomer. I say more of a newcomer, like he rose up during the COVID era of StarCraft, like 2020 era of StarCraft, which is still more modern, still more new, and yeah, he's able to look good here. I think this is one of the first times Shutdown has traveled internationally, especially outside of Europe. So to travel to a place like Dallas like this and going up against Mana is not easy, but looking strong here in game 1. Does look strong. And now we're diving into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have a veteran of the scene. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Platinum Heroes. It is Shutdown. We go. Both Mana and Shutdown are going to be setting up. Yeah, Mana was the aggressor in the last game, going for a 2-base all-in with 8 gateways, Glaive Adepts, Immortal production. We'll see what Mana brings out here in game number 2. So we are moving out. Just going for our probe scouts early on, making sure we get eyes on early pylons. on their placement. Not uncommon for Protoss players to hide their second pylon. And Mana does have his probe out on the map. Scout comes in. Mana is going to be hiding that second pylon out off to the side. And do we commit, or is this a fake proxy pylon? That is the question. It's looking fake. See, Shidan is looking for that pylon. And it's about to be thrown down elsewhere. And there we go. We have that proxy pylon. Again, it's a fake proxy pylon designed to force an overreaction. And Shidan now realizes that something is wrong. Your pylon is missing. Is there a real proxy? Is there a fake proxy? Does have to piece it together. We can see it's fake. As Mana's coming in for the scout. Shidan opening up double stalker. Double stalker from both sides. And Shidan is scouting towards the left-hand side, towards the southern half of the map. Unfortunately, this is not where the pylon is, so it's going to take him a little bit longer to piece together what exactly is going on. Shidan doesn't send a second probe out, which is interesting. Usually we would send a second probe to scout the right-hand side, but Shidan is not taking this as seriously. In a sense, he's calling Mana's bluff. Shidan is checking these more common proxy locations. Probe gets shut down. And our players should be looking to expand. Yeah, that one probe still on the hunt. Expansions are on the way. Shidan moves out. Bold move. To move out with our stalkers. Thankfully, he's not punished at the ramp. Does manage to get past. Adepts are on the way. Mana could try to pounce on this army. And we'll get some extra hits in. Shidan has to back up. And we're getting to our take-up choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Shidan going for Blink. Mana has yet to throw down his own tech. Going for sentries. Additional stalkers have arrived. Because Mana made sentries, Shidan, he can actually break through this. Ooh, solid force field. Very nice force field trading 1 for 1. Still a better engage from Shidan. Takes down a probe, has control of the low ground. Does shut down the shield battery. That's a kill, not a cancel. Kill on the shield battery. Sentry takes a lot of hits. Yeah, we're going to be able to focus on another one of those stalkers. Not a bad trade. Shidan recalling back home. Bleeding out stalkers though. Ooh, only escaping with one. And I believe Shidan did not scout the pylon. Yeah, he barely did miss it. Regardless, he knows that it was a fake proxy. Is settling down. Adept's unable to shade in. And we're just probing. We're saturating our bases. Looking at the unit slots tab, I want to give Shidan a bit of the edge here. He did lose an extra stalker, but he did shut down the sentry, which does have a lot more value. Dip shades in. Oh, gets a probe. Just the one. One probe goes down, nice clean up out of Shidan. Dark Shrine on the way. Mana. Again, Mana's been the aggressor this entire series so far. I mean, game 1, he went for an all-in. Here in game 2, DTs, the Invisible Man. It's on the way. Probe is being sent out for the proxy pylon to warp in across the map. And Shidan has avoided sentries, so limited scouting information. It's a bit of a give and take. Shidan doesn't have any sentries, so no scouting, but Shidan does have additional stalkers. And there's no shield battery. It wasn't rebuilt. No shot. No shield battery. Mana's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. We can focus on a stalker. We're down to 3. 3 stalkers left. Warping in 1 at a time. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, gonna be able to focus on another and another. Looks like we should barely be able to hold on. Yeah, we forced back Shidan. Thankfully. Did cost us a couple of workers. Shield battery is done. Whew. Meanwhile, the proxy is being set up for those DTs. And Shidan, once again, is the first to take a third. Once again, Shidan being the more economic player. Behind this, Robo is done. Do we go for it? We do go for the Observer. We have detection. We have detection. It's coming. DT's waddling in. Does waddle in. Stalkers move out. Oh, at the wrong time, but we do spot the DT. Turn back around, and we do catch it. We shut it down. So far, that Dark Shrine opener hasn't done much. Another DT is out, but we don't quite commit yet. We're going to be holding off on that. Shidan is moving out. Looking at the numbers here, Shidan he has over double the Stalker count. His goal, deny the third. And I think he can. Is going to be deny the third base. And forces to cancel the shield battery. Dives on the Stalkers. Immortal coming out just in time. And without the Immortal, we can force Shidan back. You have to respect it. Back at home, DT's keeping Stalkers pinned back. They do keep some of the supply back at home. Shidan backs off. Mana gets his third. And now we're calming things down. You know, both players on 3 bases. Mana working towards charge. Shidan will have an upgrade advantage, where Shidan has +1 on the way. Forge still in production for Mana because of the Dark Shrine. That's where we spent our resources. A nice snipe on the Observer. Now what I will say, this Dark Shrine has not paid for itself yet, but it can. It still can. Even with detection, even with cannons, we've seen time and time again in the mid game and the late game that where DTs can still just overwhelm cannons and overwhelm mineral lines and be so annoying to deal with in longer games. So I don't want to write them off yet. We are selling in, taking our force. Once again, Shidan is the first to expand. Has had the slight economic lead throughout this entire game so far. And that is going to be reflected here in the army size. Now, Shidan does have an overwhelming Stalker count. He's got 17 Stalkers to his name, but his opponent has Immortals. Even though mana is down in supply, Immortals do make up for that. As long as they're able to fight together. They do so much here against Stalkers, and that's what the Zealots are for. We can focus them down. One Immortal falls. The Archon as well. They're barely out of range of the shield battery. Very nice speed here from Shidan. Gets an Immortal, gets an Archon, backs up, waits out the overcharge. Does get eyes on the 4th. And will rotate around at the same time. Here comes that DT. Oh, 6 probe kills. Very nicely done. Mana does take a worker lead, but the 4th base is cancelled. Oh, that's killed! Oh my god. That's a kill, not a cancel. It's 400 minerals down the drain. Zealots are still up and running. We can still dive in. Remember, overcharge is on cooldown. And the shield battery falls. Oh, we're going to bleed out some Stalkers. Some rough losses here in the retreat. Force it down. Does pull back. Has a bit of concave. Ooh. Punching some of those Zealots. Shidan does back off. Still reinforcing back at home. More DTs on the way. Morphing in Archons. I don't think that was quite intentional. Stay Colossus. Let's go. The army does move out. Mana going for a bit of a backstab, which means he will miss the main army, which means we have that much left to defend. Uh-oh. We do have that much less. Shield battery goes down. The Immortal's looking very exposed. We do catch some Stalkers. Coming in from behind. But who catches who? The Stalkers of Mana, they get caught out. So many Stalkers go down. And now we can dive on the Immortals. Nice juggling from that Prism. There's only so much he can do. The Prism goes down. The Immortal as well. We dive on the main army, and Mana's going to be losing everything here. The Immortals, they go down one after the other. That's all we have left. We have a handful of Zealots, but against Blink Stalkers, they're not going to be enough. Not on their own. They're an amazing supportive units, but there's nothing left to support. the fourth base, never got saturated, at least not for mana. And Shutdown, he's snowballing out of control. GG, well played gets called, and Shutdown takes the series 2-0, taking down Mana. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations. Really impressive stuff here out of Shutdown. Again, Shutdown has been on the rise. I mean, there's been a lot of European Protoss players that have been on the rise over the past year of play, over the past couple of years. Players like Shutdown, players like Geralt, Christiana, DNS is another big one that I think of when I think of like European Protoss players that are kind of looked over. And yeah, this is a really nice result here, especially considering that, again, someone like Shutdown often is able to travel internationally to these big events. So to have gone to DreamHack, to have brought down Mana in the first round, it's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel good. Oh, Shutdown does take this series, and you know what that means? That means we're gonna be covering the lower match. Now, what is brutal about this format is that in the open stage, you don't actually earn any money. You don't earn money until you get into some of the later rounds. The open stage, all these players, they all flew to the event themselves, paid for their own flights, they paid for their own accommodations, and with that, we have one of the lower matches here. Solo went down earlier, Mana just went down. You know what that means? That means up next we have Solar versus Mana in the best of 3. In a best of 3 elimination match. Just need a moment to set it up. Bam. Beautiful. Here we go. Not going to be a mirror matchup, finally. we're able to sink our teeth into some ZVPs. A little bit. And game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. As sporting in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And both players that went down respectively in their own mirror matchups. Mana to Shutdown, Solar to Rogue. Now they're facing off against each other in that lower bracket. And we'll see how they compare. Mana does force the unnatural natural out of Solar. Not bad. I mean, we saw Mana was quite aggressive against Shutdown earlier, and I'm curious if that translates over to this matchup as well. Likewise, so is Solar. I think that's that's a running theme here between these two players. Like, Solar was also hyper-aggressive against Rogue, going for a 12 pull, going for a Roach all-in, off of 1.5 bases. We shall see. For now, standard opener, Hatch Gas pull out of Solar. Just a more awkward location for the natural base. Outside of that, we're settling in. Likewise, Gate expand into Cybercore out of Mana. Everything looking as it should. We are going to be settling in again. Mana, I feel like he was flying under the radar last year. We weren't really able to see too much of him. This year, Mana has been a little bit more impressive to me. I'm always going to remember it was in the weeks leading up to DreamHack Dallas, or yeah, into DreamHack Dallas, where Mana was able to bring down Big Gabe in an ESL Open Cup, for example. Mana able to bring down some of the other Polish Protoss players like Geralt and Christiana to like show that he is, you know, still one in contention for the best Protoss in Poland. Mana has had his moments this year. but having a harder time at Dallas. We'll see if he can bounce back. But now, Stargate opener. Everything looking normal from Mana. I don't really recall Mana being too unorthodox in PvZ. Like, I don't think he's really one to go into Glaive Adepts from here. We'll keep an eye out for that. But I feel like Mana's strengths lie in the mid game. See, that does shade across the map. It doesn't get a drone. Nice sport trick out of Solar. Pulls away, saves his workers. And is just going to be droning up and keeping up with the aggression of Mana, keeping up with the Adepts and keeping up with the Oracles. Solar's going to take a more defensive stance here back at home. And that first Oracle is on the way. Ooh, Ling did slip in. Uh-oh. We get a free scout of the main. We're fully aware of the tech and the initial unit. As the Oracle moves down, Lings are moving in. They can threaten the third. This is something that Solar's quite fond of. Does hit the third. Oracle's in position. Forcing Solar back. Speaking of aggression, we have seen Solar's quite fond of 3-base all-ins on Oceanborn. In this matchup, more often than not, Solar does drone up to around 66 workers. That is 3-base saturation. And cuts workers, gets into roaches, into lings, into banelings, and does just send it across the map. We'll see if we do get there. Behind this, Mana taking up into a Forge, into a Twilight Council. Interesting, I was about to take note of the fact that it was a slightly earlier Twilight Council. Alongside a Forge, I was getting some mixed signals, but now we see what it is. It's for charge. Okay. Mana rushing into charge. Massive gateway explosion as well. 5 gates thrown down. 6 gates in total. So basically, Mana's working on a very early charge timing. He's going to be moving out with charge shots very early on. The goal is to be catching Solar off guard. Solar does throw down an earlier Roach Warren. That was around 4 minutes 30. Much earlier than we normally would see against the Stargate opener. So very safe play out of Solar with that Roach Warren. Adept shade back. Handful of roaches are on the way. Again, far earlier than we would ever expect. Solar hasn't gotten eyes on the tech. Lings are still being active. Being forced back. And it's not like Solar's going for an all-in at the moment. He's just making safety roaches, still droning. Lair is on the way. Additional overlords. Zealots are spotted! Yeah, big scouts. Solar, he does get eyes on the charge lots. He's getting ready back at home as roaches are amassing. Queens are pulling together as well. Even catching some Adepts. Yeah, wasting energy on the Oracles. Zealots have arrived. And Solar is getting ready for it. Like, this push was supposed to be a surprise. It was supposed to catch Solar off guard and have more of a surprise factor to it. But Solar is shutting this down. And Mana backs off. He backs off. Double Robo on the way. That's gonna be for double Immortal production. This is a bit of a desperation move. This is to get ready for the Roach counterattack with Mass Immortal. And it's so important here that Mana doesn't lose these Zealots, that he buys time, that he keeps Solar pinned. Because if Solar moves out anytime soon, Mana has nothing to defend. We need time for these Immortals. Oh, as we are supply blocked. Now is not the time for a supply block, Papi. A pylon just now on the way. This is a heavy supply block for Mana. Ay, ay, ay. Now a second pylon, the Nexus as well. Thankfully for Mana, we're not really committed too hard to this Roach Ling push. We have a Spire on the way instead, hidden at the natural. Mana will be confirmed. Up! We will! The Oracle barely does catch the Spire. A nice scout here from Mana. Does realize what's going on. Gets a revelation just to make sure that it isn't cancelled. Spire complete, so we still have a ground army. Yeah, Zealot's forced to charge in. Tinting with the roaches. Even catching some? Not quite. We got Phoenix production, second Stargate. Getting into Mass Phoenix. Solar splitting up. And I believe we really made a handful of mutants. Okay, there we go. 11 mutants on the way. Lings, they go for the surround. Didn't quite get the Nexus at the same time. Roaches, they push in. And Mana out of position. He was dragged away by those Lings. And we're busting into the natural. We might not get too much done here. But it's going to be close. The Oracle falls. Zealots, yeah, they keep up with the Roaches. Roaches are going to be going down. But hey, we catch an Immortal. Not bad. Roaches cleaned up in the main. Queen's waddling across the map. Oh my, calm down. I don't think that was intentional. Solar pulling back. Getting up to 4 bases. I think he's just used to it. He's like, yo, I'm on ocean board. I should be pulling everything, right? He's like, no. It's okay. Let's pull back home. Roach is trading well against the Zealots. Not going to be able to break through, but again, shaving off Zealots here and there wherever they can. Mutas back into the natural. Well, Phoenixes will clean them up, but we don't care. We're done. We get 10 probe kills, and we're working towards Hydras instead. Oh, we are bleeding out a lot of Roaches, though. Initially, the trade wasn't, or was looking quite favorable for Solar. Now, less so. Every Roach goes down. It's 28 Roaches falling. Mana setting up a massive counterattack. And Solar, what do we have to defend? We have our Queens, we have a couple of Hydras, or we have quite a lot of Hydras. Not many Roaches, though. Not much of a buffer. And Hydras, they're quite fragile. As I'll say, dive in. We have to stutter step back as best we can. Zealots are going down. Boys are being pulled. Mana is committed. We have to make a stand. Drones are caught in the back line, but we do manage to break through the Zealots. We get on top of the Immortals. We focus down the Prism. The Prism survives, but we bleed so much out. And Mana, what does he survive with? He retains his Immortal counts. The Immortals are kept alive. But Solar, he keeps most of his drones alive. He has an economy. Lurker production has begun. And now Mana's in trouble. Sure, we retain the Immortals. I mean, they're great and all, but there's very little to support them. I mean, with a high enough Immortal count, we can support each other. True. Mass Immortal can be terrifying. So, Rumbai catches Solar out of position. Drone's going down. The entire army races back home. Solar's still being active. More Lurkers on the way. How many Lurkers do we have? 4 Lurkers so far, soon to be 8. We have the Hive, we have upgrades. And Mana building up his Immortal Archon Storm, kind of death bull of an army. Does need more time as Solar is maxed out. Mana being distracted. Coming from behind, busting into the natural once again. Slipping in. To natural, we try to catch the army out of position. We had a good storm to react, but that's going to be 11 probes going down. We bust into the main base. We depower almost everything. We depower the tech. We're getting on top of the army. The Lurkers, they barely survive. Say that 2 of them go down. Likewise, we have the high ground. The Spine Shot's going off with the High Templar. Oof. Okay, Mana holds. Likewise, he defends in his main. Solar attempting to remax. Now, if Mana's able to pull off this defense like 1 or 2 more times, then we can max out. That's where I have to be a little bit concerned for Solar. For now, though, I mean, he's retaining his lurkers. I believe he hasn't made any Vipers. Yeah, no Vipers out of Solar. Just Ling Hydra Lurker. So without Vipers, it is a little bit harder to push into these Immortals. It means we have to kind of brute force our way through. There's a little bit less finesse in Solar's army. Does go for the surround. Ooh, that's a kill. It's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. It's a brutal loss. Mana unable to take a 5th. The army is spotted. We're up to 12 lurkers. That's a lot of lunkers, but more on the way. Mana pushing in. And we have I want to say 3, maybe 4 more storms available. Coming down to 2. Coming down to 1. Oh. Yeah, we have to back up. we don't have enough storms. It's not going to happen. Bit of a missed rally with these high... Okay, we pull back. I was like, where are the High Templar going? Another one might shut down. Main army pulling back. Mana is about to max out. Has survived. Plenty of army back at home. Trying to catch out the marauding force. Once again, we denied the 5th. Oh my god. Just a sea of lurkers. That's another kill. Oh my god. Not again. We do catch a couple of lurkers in the retreat. Solar rotating over. Army not quite getting caught out. We do have detection. Immortals take down with the army. The High Templar are exposed. Massive pickoffs. High Templar, they go down. Every single one. And we get a full surround. This was not the fight for Mana. He was chasing down the lurkers. He got surrounded. With that, Mana has a second army, but we plummet in supply. There's just so many Immortals. Solar barely lost anything. We're still maxed out. Solid storms, though. Third Robo's on the way. Additional Immortals. Picking up 2 more lurkers. And we do have plenty of storms with this. There's still a lot of potential in this army. But Solar's in position. Is in position. Likewise going for a big counterattack. And Lings, they dive into the main base. Lurkers as well. Mana having a hard time keeping up, or at least getting pulled apart. Doesn't have the supply. He doesn't have the supply to defend. That's 24 probes going down. Aye, aye, aye. Likewise, massive storms on the lurkers. The lurkers are so softened up. But at least we have control of the main. We have control of the main base. 31 probes falling. Shutting down all the tech, all the production. And now we're all in. Like, it's all or nothing for Mana. That's a lot of all, though. That's... that's 7 Immortals. Pushing on through. Solar making us send massive storms. Oh my god, we flanking the entire army. The storms are looking good. Immortals are breaking through. We knock down the lurkers. And Mana is gaining ground. And another storm on the Hydras. But that was the final storm for Mana. longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. He is rebuilding, he's remaxing. 10 more lurkers on the way. If only Mana wasn't all in. Like, that was a good fight for the Protoss. That was a good fight, but Mana is down to 1.5 bases. And now we can dive on the army. And just picking away at those Immortals. Try to come in from behind. Catching the Archons at least. Solo pulling back. Did lose a hatchery. Likewise, not the best saturation from Solar either. Does desperately need another base. Mana expanding. Saturating. Can Mana still take this? I mean, with this army, anything is possible. With 10 Immortals. Shave off some Hydras. Hydras are shaved off. Big lane counterattack hits the third. Hits the fresh base. Oh, and every probe going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 15, 16 workers falling. Storms are still solid, but we get the base. This is all that matters. We deny mining. We're starving Mana out. Mana down to 36 probes. Heavily oversaturated. We catch High Templar. So just peeking away at the main army. And at this point, even in a head-on fight, I don't know if I'd favor Mana. Not anymore. Brood Lords are on the way. There's no anti-air. It's pure Immortal. Nothing shoots up. We have Storm. Oh, and even against the Lurkers, we're struggling to break through. Yeah, the Immortals are going down one after the other. Even without the Brood Lords. Doesn't even matter. As Mana loses everything, GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Mana was taking some better fights, to be honest. Like, there was some very, very insane trades there that Mana was taking with his main army, but time and time again, he was kind of pulled out of position. There was a big moment where Mana got surrounded. Honestly, if it wasn't for that moment on the left-hand side where Mana got completely surrounded and lost all of his High Templar and Immortals, I think that Mana may have been able to even take it from there. It was after that moment where Solar took a supply lead and was able to split up his army and go for a run by. That's when Solar busted into the main and got control of the main base as well. If Mana was able to maintain a second army on the other side of the map, then I mean, that wouldn't have happened. Would have been able to protect that location, and maybe a different game, maybe a different outcome. GG. GG, well played. Solar takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. It's going to be on Alcyone. We go. At spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Here we go. So we are settling in. Solar once again forcing the unnatural natural. Mana back at home. Going for a gate expand. We're calming things down. We're settling in. We are settling into game 2. We're going to be loading into Alcyone. Alcyone, known for its longer macro play. Known for its late game. What I refer to is that it's a little bit more difficult to really pull off all-ins on this map just because of the Zalnaga. You have control of the center of the map, you can scout these big pushes early on. Likewise, we have these big ramps here leading into the third or even in towards the natural. So a little bit harder to break through. Likewise, the fourth base also very secure as well. So we could be in for a longer one. Could be. As a reminder, last game was a little bit wonky. Like, there was a lot coming into it. If you remember, Mana started things off with a charge timing, like a +1 charge timing, which he missed. Solo was ready for it, and the Zelds weren't able to really get much damage done. Did lead into Mana, like, desperately getting into double Robot Immortal production, which he did successfully do. Did get into it, and led into a more back and forth. But Mana did have a rough start to game 1. Hoping we can tighten things up here in game number 2. Keep our eyes on Mana. As we're going for a tech of choice, going to be another Stargate opener. Stargate into Oracle. Last game, the Oracle harass didn't really do much. Solo was able to scout ahead of time, was ready for it, and yeah, the Oracles didn't really get any drone kills. See if Mana does fare better. It's moving out. Solo getting ready. A handful of links at the natural. Queens are in position. And this first adept is just to scouts. We can maybe pick up a drone. But the links are ready. Once again, Solo moving out with that Solo Link Scout. Getting guys on the third base. They'll slip in. Once again, Solo will get eyes on the Stargate and the Oracle. Solo, he sees all, he knows all. Yeah, it's not unheard of to see like a Void Ray opener or a Phoenix opener. It does come from the second Oracle. Links are moving out. Oracles are on the way. We have 2 queens here at the natural, or at the third. 2 queens in the main. And the Lings, it looks like we do catch an adept. Up! Up! We get one! We get one, and it looks like we get the second adept as well. Nice clean up there at a Solar. Oracle dives in, catching 3 drones. Not bad. 3 workers go down. We take a bit of hull damage, and we're forcing the army back home. The Oracle has arrived. We do barely save the pylon. Solar reinforces, and he can go back in. We have our depths. We're okay. Oh, we should be okay as Solar doesn't fully commit into the base. Does pull away. Confirming the follow-up. It's going to be a Forge, Twilight Council, third Oracle. Another probe goes down. Doesn't sound like a lot, but every worker counts, especially this early on. Solar is ready to defend. We have 4 queens here on the front lines. The Oracle's going to be deflected. Lair's on the way. Roach Warren, that is standard timing here for Solar. Not too early. We do catch a couple of drones though. 1 drone goes down. We get a oh, we barely do get a second. Second probe as well. As Solo's going to be quite aggressive here, but oh, we do have control of the center of the Zalnaga. We get 1. 1 adept goes down. Not the best trade here for Solar. It was a brutal position. Back at home we have a wall. And that does impact the droning of Solar. His 4th base is on the horizon. A little bit later than we would have liked. It's a little bit later. Here on the way. Gonna get a scout off, and Mana is going for a bit of an earlier prism here. With this prism, we can move out. We can even try to harass. Link is finishing up +1 as well. We do have a bit of a gateway explosion. How many gateways do we have? Just the 2 for now. Soon to be 6. On 3 bases, it's standard. As we take 2 more. Interesting. Getting up to 8 gates. We have taken extra gases, and it looks like that's going to be for the Archons. Setting up for an Archon drop, throwing down extra gateways, getting up to 10 gates. Wait, what? Okay, we're good. It's like there was a bit of a pause. So we're getting up to 9 gateways even. But yeah, no 4th base in sight for Mana. Looks like we are going to be committing. Just warping in across the map. It's going to be warping in at the same time. Solar going to be committing as well. Solar, he has cut workers. There's no saturation at the 4th. Okay, I was expecting this on Oceanborn, but Solar is going for a 3-base all-in. Straight up 3-base all-in here out of Solar. But Mana has plenty to work with. And did go for a massive gateway explosion. Stage trap getting set up. Overcharge is popped. Queens are dropping in, but they're being focused down. And the Queens are falling. The cannon and the shield battery, they hold strong. And Mana's not going to be broken. Leads out an Archon. The Lings are on the way. Solar's committed. And he's backing off. 16 drones. This droning is late. Solar is working on that next step. Droning, Infestation Bit, Hydra Den. But all this tech is so delayed. We can shut down the Queens. Prism did race home. Oh! That's the last connect. But I am concerned for Solar now. Now, Solar, he is droning up to 75, and he's taking up towards Hive Tech, towards Hydras, and towards Lurkers. This is all well and good. The problem is that because Solar was so committed, and because he bled out so much, it means that he's vulnerable. We're soon going to counterattack. Like, this army, when he moves out across the map, Solar's going to have that much less to defend. So you can see Solar, he's being as active as possible. He's trying to buy as much time. He's trying to keep Mana pinned back. It's very similar to the previous game, but the roles kind of reversed. Solar keeping the army busy. At least there's no 4th base from the Protoss. Focus on some of those Stalkers. Soul's got eyes on the right, but doesn't get eyes on the left. We do expand. Solar unawares. Still building up. York's catching the Queen. Catching Ravagers as well. And as we're taking up towards Lurkers, we have Storm finishing up. And for Immortals, I believe only one Robo. Yeah, just the one Robo for Mana. Charge on the way. Creeper's receding. And do we have much in these fringe bases? Not much to defend. Not much in position. So Mana has potential. These Lurkers, they still need a little bit more time. Their upgrades are finishing up. So being knocked down. We're up to 8, soon to be 10 Lurkers. Pushing through the center. The Prism headed for the main. Zealous they're going for the 4th. Prism into the main. Roaches are getting caught out. We are dragging the army back home. Massive warp in. And the tech is exposed. At the same time, we head for the gold. And Mana is being dragged back home, dragged back into the main base. And even then, we're struggling. 16 drones going down, the hatchery falls, and now we're going for the 4th. And where are the lurkers? We're just unable to keep up. And we just can't keep up. Lurkers are getting within range. Storms, they land. And can we get the hatchery? Storms once again. Hydra's getting picked up. There's no support. Lurkers are exposed, and we just blink on forward. A bold blink here out of Mana. Losing a lot of stalkers in the process. Oh, that wasn't the best trade from the Protoss player, but we do reset the lurker count. Stealth, they have warped in. They will reinforce. And the hatchery goes down. And Solar getting pulled apart. Good target firing out of Mana. Does get the final lurker. Lurker count gets reset. Mana does have to back off again. We had a brutal moment where we blinked on top of the army and we lost all our stalkers. But that was worth it. Mana, he's up on workers. He did lose the 4th amidst all of this. Does have the better economy. Remaxing back at home. Carriers on the way. We have the fleet beacon. We have the Stargate. +1 air attack. And the carrier. Looks like we will get a kill on the next every game. Do you get a kill on the 4th? Not a cancel. Mana pinned back home. Meanwhile, Solar, he's stuck redroning, taking the gold. That is the way to recover. Despite being down in workers and down in economy, the gold base can make up for that. Can. Look at the revelation. Mana not giving Solar any time. Moving out across the map, and the gold base is going to be denied. Oof. At the same time, we deny the 4th. 4th base is denied for both players, but this is better for the Protoss. As we're stuck on an even base count. Carrier is revealed. Just the one carrier, I believe. Yeah, just the one. How many Hydras do we have? 12. We have a decent Hydra count. We have some anti-air. I mean, it's going to melt to the storms, but we have some anti-air. That was very clear, just taking defensive stance once again, trying to get into the goal base. Is on the way. Ana rotating around. Headed for the gold. Would you force another cancel? We have Lings out there looking for potentially a surround. Oh, we've had actually quite a number of pulls throughout this series, so I hope everything was okay at the time. Is that the 3rd pause? As Lings are being active. Tempest is revealed. Making 2 more Tempests at a time. Let's go. 4th base on the way. The Lings! Oh my god. Chunk of Lings go down. Solar attempting to expand on the left-hand side. We do get eyes on this. The army rotates over. Revelation on the lurkers. Pushing into 14 lurkers. Not going to be easy. The first Viper has arrived. Of the storm. Oh my god. Storm's going to be going up. Connections on the army. Zealot run by the right-hand side. 4 drones going to be going down. And the carriers, they pick off another lurker. The Viper wants to go. Oh, we get the feedback. No. The Viper goes down. There are no abductions. No yoinks. Yeah, now the carriers and Tempest, they can push in. Yeah, there's nothing to threaten them. Another Revelation. And a Storm. It cost us the High Templar, but we can be more cavalier with the Sky Toss. I'd love to see the Tempest being a little bit more active. Oh my god, the Storms! A brutal Storm on the Hydras. We do get them some of the carriers, though. A bit of miscontrol at Amana. It bleeds out a carrier. We're going to bleed out a second. But the Storms are brutal, and we're running out of Hydras. We're running out of anti-air. There's nothing left. GG gets called, and Mana ties up the series 1-1. GG. We are going to the ace match again. Behind that, Mana had the 4th base, and yeah, this was just a rough game for Solar. As a reminder, Solar went for a 3-base all-in. He cut workers at 67, and he just sent it across the map. And it looked like he happened to be going up against Mana, who was also going for a 3-base all-in. Mana had went up to 10 gates on 3 bases. It was crazy how many gateways he had. So when Solo showed up, Mana already had an army. He had a pretty massive army waiting for him. Solo got shut down, and Solo fell behind tech-wise. He had to try to catch up. He had to try to saturate, and it was a rocky road there for Solar after the failed all-in, and in the end, Mana was able to punish him. I mean, I say that wasn't that easy. It was still very close back and forth where both players were struggling to expand. For the most part, Mana was in the driver's seat and was a little bit more in control. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. Here we go. So we're getting into that ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Polish Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid. And again, forcing the ace match, forcing game 3, it is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. Forced into game 3. Can he bring it back? It is Solar. Here we go. Okay, loading into Ghost River, another very aggressive map here in the map pool. Very small, very congested as well. It's a very short rush distance by ground from base to base. And because we do see a lot of all-ins on this map from both sides, from both the side of Protoss and the side of Zerg. So I'm curious to see where both players take this. And when we start making drones. When do we cut saturation? When does it happen? For now, hash gas full, standard opener out of Solar. Likewise, standard opener from Mana. The openers are standard, but we're really keeping an eye on the drone count to see if Solar cuts workers at 2-base saturation for a 2-base all-in, you know, an early gas geyser, an early roach warren. Likewise, the timing of the Twilight Council for Mana. Even if it's a Stargate opener, we could see a fast Twilight Council before the 3rd to go into an 8-gate Blink all-in, for example, or Glaive Adepts. There are these more aggressive timings with tech as the game develops. Well, we're getting there, Pac. We're getting there. Saturation is the myth. You never have enough workers. Smurge. We've seen players with too many workers, okay? Look, I've seen Raider with like over 100 drones, and sometimes it doesn't end well. It doesn't. Oh, the workers. For now, going down to take of choice, going for a Stargate opener. Once again. No Twilight Council play early on for Mana. Mana's being as annoying as possible, does lay the 3rd base. Force a cancel, and the 3rd is now being taken. Just a bit of a delay. Nothing too substantial. Rope does retreat. If we didn't have those Fallings back at home, then the Adept would have gotten here, would have shaded across the map, and we would have delayed the third base, maybe even killed the drone, and it would have been a bit of a different setup. But thankfully, the Lings were back. And we hold. Just mine out the entire map before the opponent can build an army. True, true. That's all you need to do, man. Just take their money. Take their minerals. So getting into our Oracle opener. Ooh, okay, this is what I was waiting for. This is wild. So I was waiting to see a Twilight Council before the third, and we do throw down a tech structure before the third base, but that's going to be a Robo instead. I haven't seen this variation before. All right, Mana, you have my attention. Robo into Twilight Council. Is this for a class Templar Archives? No, I mean we would have delayed our Robo if that was the case. Oracle gets across the map. Does dip in. Getting a single drone kill as Solar is still saturating his bases. Gateway's on the way. Is this going to be for... I was going to say for like an Immortal Slow Lord all in. But then what's the Twilight Council for? It's going to be for the Templar Archives, right? Show us the Templar Archives. Oh, there it is. Let's go. Okay, Archons. So we're rushing into Archon production. So it's going to be a 2-base all-in with Archons and with vanilla gateway units. This is not something you see every day. Especially off of a Stargate opener. That's the twist here. Overlord gets forced away. Solar sees nothing in the main. Solar is in the dark. Now we're getting up to 4 gateways. We will expand. I'm curious. Is this a variation? Creator does this sometimes as well. With Creator, he goes for a delayed Archon drop opener into a macro game. I'm curious if that's the plan here. If we're just going to be harassing with Archons and just defending and probing up. We saw this kind of rise up last year, like I want to say around August, September of 2023. Archons then dropped across the map. Going for the Queens. Clutch Transfuse. When the Queens, they will survive. One Queen goes down. We're going for the Prism. Oh my god. Okay, Prism does escape. Behind this, Immortals are building up. Third base is being taken. And we should be working toward... never mind. I was going to say we should be working towards like an Immortal Archon push. And we are, kind of. But like, that's a Forge. That's going to be for +1. Second Rover for double Immortal production. Looks like Mana is gearing up for the mid-game. He's macroing. Setting up for a longer game. Prism thankfully did survive. We'll see if Mana can find some more damage. Does hit the hatchery. Looking for a cancel, hoping for a cancel. Oh, we're almost there. Couple more hits, and it looks like we do force it. We cancel the fourth base at least once. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oh my god, 300 minerals down the drain. Very nice pick up from Mana. Risky move, but it does pay off. And meanwhile, we're getting into Swarm Host. My apologies, I missed out on the fast infestation pits. But I do like this. This does make sense. So basically, because of the Archon drop opener, Solar, he's reading this as Charged Archon, which is correct. It is Charged Archon. So it is the correct response to go into Swarm Host play. For those that are unfamiliar, Swarm Host play are very common against these kind of compositions. The reason for this is because there's no Blink Stalkers. The mobility of Mana's army is a little bit lower, which means it's harder to catch these Swarm Hosts. We do get the Revelation. We do get eyes on the Swarm Host. basically against Blink openers, because of how mobile and how active Blink Stalkers are, you can punish Swarm Host after the Locust Wave runs out. Here against Charger Archon, you can't really punish them as much, as we can just Locust Wave and then back up. Locust Wave into the natural. Going for the cannons, going for the shield battery, yes, shutting down the static defense. Going for the Nexus. I'm not sure if we can get it. It's going to be close, and it looks like we will. Yeah, just barely. Nexus does go down. Massive pickup. Once again, the fourth is denied. But at least we denied the natural of mana. And we're getting ready for another Locust Wave. And again, this first Locust Wave is the most important. What did we get? We got a Nexus, and that means we can just keep shutting down this Nexus over and over again. Just never allow it to finish. Solar threatening the third. Now, what mana is building up over time as he's losing bases and as these Locust Waves are getting damage done is the main army. The Immortal count and the Archon count is getting higher. Is terrifying. Once again, we dive on top of the side defense. We get the cannons, we get an Archon, shield battery. Ooh, second Archon does survive at the same time we dive on top of these Immortals. We get one. With Immortal, we get some High Templar. Very nice target firing out of Solar. Target firing was on point. Solar pulling mana apart. Archon drop coming in to try to punish. Sorry, Immortal drop coming in to try and punish the Storm Host. You managed to catch one. The Prism! Oh my god, the Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. Solar's maxed out and mana just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Here comes the final Locust Wave. Getting on top of the army. And there's nothing left. GG gets called. Mana will tap out and Solar takes the series 2-1. Taking down Mana. GG. GG, well played. Solar will take it. A really interesting opener out of Mana. It's something that we rarely get to see. We have seen these variations. The last time I saw this really be prominent was it Altitude? That was like 2 seasons ago. I remember Creator being fond of these kind of openers back in the Altitude map pool. Going for these kind of like delayed Archon drops, with the Temple Archives, getting into Immortal production, getting into like this death pool of an army in the mid game. And it has its place. It's very niche builds, and we saw that as soon as we recognized it, Solar rush into Swarm Host, which is ideal. Swarm Host able to have a little bit more free reign against Charger Archon, and yeah, we saw Mana just having a hard time keeping up with those Locust Waves. GG, Solar keeps his run alive, and Mana is eliminated from DreamHack Dallas. And with that, we're going to be venturing back up into the upper bracket. Oh boy, again, we saw earlier Showdown and Rogue advance on into the upper brackets, which means up next we have Rogue versus Showdown in another ZVP. We also have a Laser versus Skillus, as they are the other 2 Zerg and Protoss players in the group. I mentioned before that this is Group B, is just full of pure Protoss and Zerg. All the Terrans were in other groups instead. That is why we didn't cast this live. That is why we were focusing on Group A at the time. So that's why we're catching up on Group B afterwards. Now we are halfway through the broadcast. We have 3 series left. So we're going to be going on a short break here. And when we return, we will have Rogue versus Showdown. That's the plan. See you soon for that ZVP. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely small break and that brutal OST as we have returned with the second half of the broadcast, second half of the SC2 Masters Spring 2024 DreamHack Dallas Open Stage Bracket B. Bracket B? Yeah. Open Bracket B here. We just wrapped up with a couple of ZVZs and PvPs with Solar, with Rogue, with Mana, with Showdown. We just covered one of our first elimination matches with Mana going down to Solar. Now we are here with the upper bracket match of Rogue versus Showdown. Let's go. And again, I'm always excited to cover more of Rogue just because Rogue is more recently coming back, more recently returning, and has been getting some really surprising results. Not just Rogue, a lot of these returning players, Rogue and Trap, they're like the two players that have a lot of limelight on them, that have taken down some big names in these online tournaments and even popping off in some of these offline events as well. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes from Atlanta, France. It is Showdown. We go. So we are going to be settling in. So we are going to be calming things down here. Again, Rogue already flexing his skill against Solar, but to be honest, the ZVZ versus Solar was very chaotic. It was just very chaotic, very intense. It was over in 10 or so minutes. So I say that, like 15 minutes. It was like a 15-minute series, very short. And I'm here to sink my teeth into something greater. We have seen Showdown prove himself time and time again in these matchups, in WTL especially. If maybe you're not too privy to World Team League, if you maybe haven't been watching too much, or maybe every now and then, Showdown was one of the players that Platinum Heroes relied upon last year. Throughout all of last year, in both seasons of WTL, Showdown, DNS, you know, they were the pillars of the Platinum Heroes. And yeah, Showdown really got a lot of our respect in WTL. Like, he was just getting better and better results. He was able to take down some of these bigger and bigger names. He was just really impressive in 2023. So coming into 2024, like, I've got some higher expectations, or like, I mean, I have some anticipation, maybe that's a better way of putting it, anticipation for Showdown as well as DNS. Two of these strong French Protoss players in the European region. They've been doing well for themselves even in this season of WTL, and we'll see how that translates to offline play. So now it's going to be Gate Expand. We do have our standard setup here from Showdown. Meanwhile, Rogue is settling in, going to be joining up. Going to be saturating his bases. Likewise, when it comes to Rogue's play, we haven't seen too much of his ZVP. We've seen it every now and then in the ESL Open Cups. And still just trying to get a read on what he does prefer to go for. We've seen a lot of Ling aggression out of Rogue. But I'm curious how he does approach the mid to late game here. As we enter Golden Aura. To enter this, so far it's going to be a Stargate opener, going to be, I imagine, an Oracle, triple Oracle into a third base. Kind of like DNS, Showdown is also one to thrive in the mid game as well. One to thrive in the mid game, not really one to be hyper aggressive early on. It's going to be settling into our game. Oracle threatening a Shade, going for the Tumor. Oh, can we get it? We can! Tumor goes down, and the Adept should be able to survive. Ooh, does it barely get away. Taking a bit of hull damage, but will escape. Likewise, Rogue settling in. Joining up. Of course, recently returning from the military. Which is why it's really... it's a little bit bittersweet. I was going to say it's really impressive that that Rogue and Trap have both found themselves teams already, which is really cool. it's also a little bit sad for some of the Korean players that have yet to find a team. Most of them have finally been picked up. You know, Nightmare finally joined Bleed Esports, which was really cool. Creator finally joined Blacklist International. These pickups were very recent. Fun fact, the day of DreamHack Dallas was when Blacklist International announced that Creator had joined. But we're still missing DRG. Like, DRG for the past, like, 6 months has been taking down big names like Bjorn and Solar and, like, getting these really good results. And, yeah, it is bittersweet to see, like, all these other players getting picked up, and especially, like, Trap and Rogue, who just recently came out, and then, like, DRG kind of gets, like, left by the wayside. It's like, ah, oh, smooch. It doesn't bode well. It does give DRG a little bit less reason to be as active. Hope it doesn't lead to retirement, as we do have Adept shading across the map. Again, it's going to be triple Oracle into 6 Adept. Sorry, 7 Adept. Going to be able to get on top of the Queens. First Queen goes down, busting in towards that third base. The Queens are falling one after the other. There are no Lings to defend. 22 Lings as a bit of a reaction, but Rogue was not ready for this. Ay. Like, again, this Oracle Adept aggression is not out of the norm, and Rogue was caught with his pants down. Has retained his workers, but lost so many Queens. Yeah, Lings, they will engage. Good positioning here with the Adepts. They do get cleaned up. That was 3 Queens going down. At least we saved the workers. Rogue still in 3-base saturation. Lings, they go out for a counterattack. And he was caught off guard. Lings rotating over. With help with his shield battery, yeah, we're okay. We are in position. Lings are forced back. And behind this, we have another gateway explosion. Okay. We saw some charge aggression earlier out of Mana, and it looks like the same for Shadown. There are now 4 more gateways, in addition to the 4 that we already have. Yeah, working up towards 8 gates, +1. Charge Prism is on the way. Temple Archives as well for Archon production. It looks like there's going to be a very strong timing here with a handful of Archons. I'm talking like 2, maybe 3 Archons, and Mass Charge Blood. Yeah, it's going to be hitting just as +1 finishes. Here we go. Shadown ready to move out. We're getting ready to move out. Prism has arrived. Gateways are still finishing up. Here come those Archons. And we just have to wait for another wave of reinforcements, another round of gateways, another round of warp-ins, and then we're pushing. Now, when it comes to Rogue's army, what do we have to work with? We're getting up to 4-base saturation, which is good. We're getting into Ling Hydra, actually producing a couple of Roaches to support. So really just Roach Hydra. But once again, we're not quite ready for this. Shadown is pushing. We spoke about the +1 timing. +1 is done. And here comes that wave of reinforcements. The extra round of warp-ins. And Rogue, are we ready for this? So far, shaving off some Zealots. Not bad. The Hydras did pop out in time. And yeah, Shadown has to retreat. Yeah, was hoping there would be a little bit less to work with. But honestly, the Roaches, they came out just when they needed to. Prism survives. Hydra's going to be able to kite back. Roaches are going down, but we are preserving most of the Hydras. Oh, it's still going to be a brutal trade. We take down the Zealots. We take down the Archon. And Rogue holds. Whew. Okay, Rogue does hold. Now we can focus on upgrades. We're joining up. Hive is on the way. Rogue has weathered the storm. Things were getting close there. The Prism... Oh my god. As it did cost us 14 Roaches and a handful... and 4 Hydras. But again, it was only 4 Hydras going down. Rogue survives. Now we have to go for a longer game. Shadown saturating his 4th. Getting into +2. Bleeding out those Archons was quite a loss though. for Shidown. Rogue building up. With the Hive comes the Lurker Den. Lurkers, Hive upgrades. The Roaches are moving out. I believe the Hydras, yeah, the Hydras are staying back at home. Ideally, we do want to get rid of these Roaches. They are more expendable. So it does make sense to be active. Oh, Shidown going straight for the Fleet Beacon, though. Okay. Second robot and Fleet Beacon. 5th base as well. If we can secure this 5th base, it's going to be a big moment for Shidown. So we're getting ready for the late game. Are getting ready for it. Hydra forcing the army back. At the same time, Zalarama coming in from behind, going for the mineral line. Does distract Rogue. Does keep him busy. High Templar exposed. We get 1. We get 2. Nice split. 2 High Templar go down. Very nice pick off by Rogue. And he is maxing out. Nice dodge on the storm. Once again. Papi, calm down. Yeah, the storms are becoming a little bit lackluster here for Shidown. We're running out of storm. And we're not stopping. Okay, we have 2 more left. 2 more storms. We have some fresh High Templar. We've been banking up energy. Storms are thrown down. We need to wait a little bit longer here. Another storm on a handful of Hydras. At the same time, the counterattack catching some reinforcements. Oh, a juicy connection on the right-hand side. Finally! But it may just be too late. We're getting on top of the High Temple. We force the Morphin of Archons. And Rogue, he's broken through. He's broken the base. Immortal getting very low, reinforcing with Roaches. Purely Roaches. And it looks like Rogue has done it. We could go for the... Yeah, we're going to be going for the 4th base. Catching reinforcements as well. The Immortal will barely survive. Barely. And it looks like Skytoss is not going to get underway. Again, Shidown, he was getting ready for a longer game. He was getting ready for a 5th base for Skytoss. Stargate production. But Rogue went for the kill. And everything very quickly escalated out of control. Again, it all started with catching the High Templar here in the center of the map. High Templar went down, and then just Rogue kept pushing. Refused to slow down, rallying over towards the 5th. 5th base falling. Again, Rogue purely producing Roaches here. Just brute forcing his way through. It's barely being forced back, but here come reinforcements, and Immortals are good, but they're not that good. But the mothership has arrived. We can have Cloak. To activate the Cloak. We're holding on, we're buying time, but Shidown stuck on 3 bases. Stuck on 3 hatcheries, Pappy. Oh, I was ready to strap into a longer game as well. But it feels like Rogue just refuses to let up. Does refuse. Another High Templar goes down. Another 3 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses for Shidown. We get on top of the army. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Rogue will take a lead. That was still a very, very tense game. Despite the fact that we were trying to rush into like Hive Tech and Lurkers, likewise Skytoss as well, we didn't really embrace that. Basically, as soon as Rogue saw an opportunity, as soon as he saw an opening, he just went for it. The killer instinct there was really insane, and it's something that we didn't actually see too often when we're casting players like Dark or Solar, even several in Raynor. They didn't quite play like this. It was just a really interesting response out of Rogue. Just hammering down that R key, just flooding nothing but Roaches, just gunning for that kill. And he got it. Did get it in the end. With that, Rogue takes the lead. Now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Platinum Heroes. It is Shutdown. Looking to bounce back. I'm going to bring it all back here. I do apologize for this team logo. So I remember at the time, because we were casting Dream Dallas live, there was a mistake with the logos mod, and by accident, it makes sense as an accident. But in the logos mod, instead of the Team Falcons logo, it was the Talon Esports logo, which is close but not quite what the logo should be looking like. This was fixed for the final day. We let the admins know, and they did fix it up for the playoff brackets, just in case, and then for later rounds. But for the open stage, the logo is incorrect. I do apologize for that. Apologize, as we are going to be settling into game 2. Now going to be a standard hatch gas pool out of Rogue. Likewise, gate expand out of Shutdown. Again, it was a really interesting build out of Shutdown, going for his charge timing, which it looked like he was going to be catching Rogue off guard, but Rogue happened to just barely make his roaches in time. Was able to muster up a defense. Now we're settling into a much more larger map, hoping to lead into a longer game. Like, it's crazy to say that, like, considering what happened in the last game. Like, we were taking up, that's true. We were working towards, a 4 and 5 base setup, but it did feel like the game itself was just really tense and still really short. Just very aggressive game. Oh, as Shutdown is going for a Twilight Council opener. Okay, we are mixing it up. We are going to be mixing things up. Now, with this Twilight Council opener, this could be a couple of different things. This could be Glaive Adepts. This could be a DT-based opener. It could be a mixture of both if we pull back into gas. But there it is. We have pulled out of gas. This should be Glaives from Shutdown. Now, what I will say is that there are different variations of Glaive Adepts. I would typically expect this to be 4-gate Glaive Adepts with a Rover and a Prism. But I do know that a lot of the European Protoss players have been embracing this Robo-less style of Glaives, where it's just like, I want to say 3 gateways, you go into Glaives, and then you take a third. Because you don't waste any money or any resources on a Robo, you can afford a faster third base and have a stronger economy and have a better transition as a result. So it looks like that's the case. It looks like this is going to be basically a macro Glaive Adept build. I think Strange started this, the other European Protoss player. I do think Strange popularized this, if I'm not mistaken. If other people maybe remember an earlier time than that, then maybe it originated from a different player. But yeah, 3-gate. So 3-gate Glaives into a third. Something more economic. There we go, Nexus on the way. Fun fact, this is not done at all by the Koreans. There's a reason why I specified like the European players enjoy this, and they do. Players like Stats, Creator, Hero, they don't touch this build, which I find is interesting that there is kind of like there are certain play styles that are a little bit more endemic to certain regions than others. As the Overlord is coming in for the scouts, and we'll confirm. We'll soon be able to confirm. Adepts are moving out across the map. Lings are on the way. Roach Warren gets thrown down as well at a reasonable time, around 4 minutes. So Rogue does have the tools to defend. Adepts going to be shading in. Meet up with the Queens. And we commit! And we do commit to the shade. Lings are in position. And we should be able to shut up most of this down. I say that Lings are being cleaned up. But so are the Adepts. The Adepts are going down. Looking at the Unisols, have 6 drones full. Not bad, but now we've lost map control, and now we can threaten a counterattack. Rogue sending everything across the map to the third. Now in a bit of a rough position. Does warp in time. Does defend. And because of this build, I would want to say that Shidan didn't get enough damage done, but he has a third. like we have the base, we have saturation. We're quite far ahead in economy, and there we go. We're going for a counter all in. Lings are flooding out, Ravagers as well. Rogue is committed. We're going to try to punish this opener, but again, this was a more macro-oriented build. If Shidan is too greedy, then maybe we can catch him out. We do have sentries warping in, Stalkers as well. Force fields will buy time. With the relation of these Ravagers, I mean, now we're fully aware of the all-in. We're getting ready for it. We're going for the Immortal. Overcharge is pop files. They do connect with the cannons. But the overcharge keeps everything alive. We hold the line. The Immortal stands strong. Rogue hoping to bait the army out of range of the shield battery. But there are so many. Overcharge does run out. But now we have 2 Immortals. Now we have a second Immortal as well. Files they take down the cannon. Lings are being cleaned up. Additional Lings do rock up though. They head for the army. This Immortal going ham on the Ravagers. Sentry is biled, but we're running out of army, we're running out of Lings, running out of steam. Yeah, just Rogue just doesn't have enough. And we can chase him down. Ooh, the piles, they took down the Observer. We did overextend for a moment. Immortals are saved, the Adepts are not. Rogue doubling down. He did run up a little bit back at home. Ooh, but he catches an Immortal. Very nice pickup. Immortal goes down. We dive on the rest of the army. Reinforces second Immortal falls. These are expensive losses for Shidan, but his economy has been left untouched this entire time. Rogue was trading with the army, but the probes have been happily mining on 60 workers. Rogue's still playing catch up, still behind. Lair is done. Now we get Roach speed. Now we get an Eva chamber for +1. But Shidan is already working on +2. Shidan is so far ahead here tech-wise. And now it's on Rogue to defend, to survive. Now Shidan is expanding, taking a 4th. So he may be able to give Rogue the time that he needs to stabilize, to get into our own 4th base, to drone up. 4th is on the way. We're at 3 base saturation. With Ravager in production as well. Rogue, he's getting there. Even does hit the 4th. Baliness on the way, so it's going to be Lingbane, Roach, Ravager. Temple Archives from Shidan. This tells us that Shidan is taking a defensive stance. We could have tried to double down and go for a 3 base all-in and killed Rogue, and I think it would have been successful. But Shidan is taking a more late-game approach, or a more macro approach. Where he's like, you know what? I have a lead. We'll just extend it. You know, we'll just calm things down. We'll take a 4th base. We'll defend. We'll tech up. It is risky. It is giving Rogue an opportunity. So Rogue can recover. Adepts diving into the main. 2 Adepts chain towards the natural. Oh, we lift everything up. Now what's interesting is that Rogue is not taking up into Hydras. He's sticking with Lingbane, Roach, Ravager, which is very mid-game oriented. I guess it makes sense just because he can't really afford to rush into Hive and rush into Lurkers. Doesn't have the economy for it. Ooh. Observers pile down. Doesn't have the economy, but this also means that his army also has a bit of a time limit. Otherwise, he will be outscaled. Oh, we've seen this before. There we go. We have high ground. We needed some high ground vision. Overseer came in. Not the first time we've seen that. Fun fact, so basically if you are within this this smoke patch here, you're within range to contest the Zelnaga, so you can't, the opposing player can't take control of it for vision, which means they just can't see the unit. Just can't see the unit, can't attack it. Unless you have like an overlord or an overseer or like an observer. Something else to grant vision, a scan. Prism is pinned back. Now we get the Hive, and now we get the Hydrogen. I feel like this could have been thrown down earlier. I mean, to be fair, Rogue, I'm sure he was expecting a push. I don't think Rogue was expecting Shutdown to be this passive and this defensive. So we missed an opportunity. We could have rushed into this a lot sooner, and we could have taken advantage of the more defensive stance of Shutdown. Alas, we've now realized what's going on, and now it's a little bit later. Now instead we've invested into this army, we're stuck with it for now. And we'll see if we can make use of it. Oh, Shutdown is soon to push out. Do keep him busy. Very important here that we just buy time for the Lurker Den. For those upgrades. In a head-on fight, I do favor Shutdown. But a lot of it does depend on the angle of attack, on the storms, on what the Banelings connect with, on what they don't connect with. Raise them into the main. But that's a counterattack here towards the south. Still not moving out. This is now where I have to be a little bit critical of Shutdown. At this point, I still favor his army, but because we're banking on resources, I would love to see a fleet beacon, second Stargate, a transition to Sky Toss, just to be ready for that game state if we need it. Shutdown is pushing forward. 5 storms, first 2, first 3. Oh my god, the storm's gonna be thrown down. Yeah, big connections on the Ling Bane. Ling Bane does run out, and what's left over? The Mass Immortal and Archon. Yeah, we are breaking through. It did cost us all the storms. All the High Templar did go down. But the main Protoss army, the Death Bull, is still up and running, still alive. Shuts down the Golden. We can keep pushing. Berg is in trouble. Lyle's not quite going to be connecting. We have the Lurker Den, but no Lurkers are ready for this. We needed more time. Push on forward. Storm does connect. Ling Bane trickling in. Getting within range of the 4th. More subs stepping forward. Massive storm on the Ravagers. On more of the Ling Bane. And yeah, we're snowballing out of control. We dive on the army. We surround the Ravagers. GG gets called, and Shutdown takes game number 2. GG. GG, well played. We are forcing the ace match. And again, I wasn't really fond of Rogue's response to the Glaive Adept opener, but I mentioned that actually at the start of the game. I was talking about how this build that Shutdown went for is very it's much more prevalent in the European scene, and it's not seen at all amongst the Korean Protoss players. So I'm pretty sure Rogue just misread the situation and assumed it was 4-gate glaives. 4-gate glaives instead of 3-gate. So I'm pretty sure he thought it was a little bit more committed than it was. So yeah, he was kind of lured into that counterattack after he shut down the initial wave, and it was lackluster as a result. Did get punished, did get shut down. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Going to be taking place on Oceanborn. We'll see where this takes us. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Zerga player representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Being forced into the ace match and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Shutdown. Being a little bit cheeky in that last game. And again, did catch Rogue unawares. Bearing in mind that Rogue hasn't been back for too long, so I'm sure there are certain builds that maybe he's unfamiliar with. That is something that you can use to your advantage. As Rogue does have to think on his feet. Now we're going to be settling in. And once again, as we load into Oceanborn, we have seen a lot of aggression on this map from the side of Zerg, so I'm curious if Rogue is willing to embrace that. Rogue is the kind of player that could be in an ace match, could be in a best of 5 ace match even, or even a best of 7 ace match, and go for it all in. You go for some cheese, go for some hyper aggression. I mean, we saw that against Solar earlier, with Rogue going for a Ling Flood in the ace match. So I wouldn't put it past him. Not put it past him. Get home, we have our gate expand into Cybercore, standard open out of Shutdown. Likewise, I should also mention that Shutdown, he also has the potential to go for a Twilight Council opener once again, but based on the pylon placement, it does look like a Stargate opener. We'll see. We shall see. The pylon is thrown down a little bit closer to the edge of the main, which is a little bit more ideal for a Stargate. And there, the Stargate has been thrown down. Should be for Oracle, should lead into a third base. While Rogue is being active. Pushing back that probe. And settling in. Settling in back. Not just going to be fanning out our Lings. Trying to slip in at some point, get some scouting, get a read on tech. It's going to be that much more important against Shutdown just because he did reveal that he's willing to open up Glaive Adepts, and even not the most standard of Glaive Adepts as well. So the Ling will confirm that it is going to be the Oracle first, not a Void Ray. Oracle opener out of Shutdown. Does slip in. Nice guys across the map. We do get 2 Adepts into the main. Oh! Catching a drone. Not quite a second. 1 drone goes down. 2 drones even. Not too bad. Trading against the Lings. Oh, we do bleed out an Adept. That is going to make the third base a little bit more vulnerable to a Ling counterattack. Speaking of, Lings are here. And the third base is exposed. Oh, we get the surround. Another Adept is going to be falling. Oh, another 2 Adepts. This is a really rough start. A really rough start for Shutdown. The Oracle has to stay back at home. Unable to harass. Ay. Do force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Now, thankfully, Rogue did not make an extra wave of Lings. If this was Solar, we would see an extra Lings 100%. So Shutdown will be able to expand. Does establish his third. Ooh, as Rogue does go for his Evo Chamber as his tech of choice, getting to +1 melee. This could be the beginnings of maybe even Ling Hydra. I'm curious if we do skip the Roach Warren. We'll wait a little bit longer. Stalker gets surrounded. We have our standard follow-up. Twilight Council, and a Stargate. Sorry, Twilight Council and a Forge. This was thrown down a little bit earlier, so I'm curious if we go for +1 and charge again. Lair is on the way. Yeah, we are skipping the Roach Warren. Oh wait, no, never mind. I was gonna say we should have thrown it down by now, and there's the Roach Warren. Now being thrown down. So we're not rushing into Hydras. Or if we do, we at least have a safety Roach Warren to work with. Pick up a Stalker, another Stalker. Oh my god! Massive pickups here! We even get the Link Scout! The Link does slip into the main base. We confirm the Blink and +1. Confirm the tech, confirm the upgrades. Force back the army. More Links on the way. Very nice damage here from Rogue. Back at home, Roach Warren is done. We can get into Roach speed. Gases are being taken. Shutdown does move out across the map. As he moves out, Lings move in. We're going for the shield battery. Boys, they have to be pulled. Oh, boys are being pulled. So many probes going down. And across the map, the Queens, they defend. They hold on to the front lines. Overcharge forced to be popped. Forced to be popped. How many? 10 probes go down. Oh my god. 10 workers, 6 stalkers, and we're not done. The overcharge runs out. And the Links are back. The Oracles, once again, they turn back around. And do you see what I see? I see Overlord speed. We're going for a 3-base all-in. We're cutting workers at 55. That is sub 3-base saturation. We have a 4th just for Larva. We spoke earlier about how common it is to go for all-ins on Oceanborn. It is very common to go for 3-base all-ins. That's exactly what we see here. It is a German taxi. We have our taxi ready. We're jumping in. Send it. It is loaded up. We are sending it across the map. Shutdown has been busy back at home defending. The Oracles have been unable to scout. Now we have to get a read on the lack of saturation on the army, but we miss it. Ay, ay, ay. We do miss the move out. Blink is done. We at least have some Stalkers to defend. Oracles are diving in. They threaten the 3rd, which means they're not at home to defend. We need everything back at home. Okay, the Oracles, they turn around. Overcharge gets popped. Shield battery going to be targeted, I imagine. Yeah, with those vials. Yeah, the shield battery falls. We can focus out the Stalkers. Boys are being pulled. I mean, there's still a good amount of Stalkers on the low ground, but the vials, they just keep connecting. They connect over and over again. The Oracles will clean up the Queens at least. The vials! Oof. Should not have happened. Yeah, we bring down every Stalker. We bow down the Oracles. We have broken the 3rd base. And there's just not much left. There's just not much left here. So clearly, Rogue is keeping up with the meta. Like, this build is very common on Oceanborn. Even amongst the European Zerg players as well. Yeah, we dive into the 3rd. Wiles are going to shut down the shield battery. Force our way through. Busting into the natural. And GG. Good luck gets called. Rogue will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Oh. GG. GG, well played. So again, like this is one of the things that I was most curious about, is whether or not Rogue has been keeping up with the meta or just learning things himself. But again, Oceanborn, winding it back a little bit, I was referring to, like, you know, this is like common on this map. But the reason why this is common on this map is because of the lack of ramp at the 3rd. To get onto the same point of elevation as the 3rd base on Oceanborn, there's a ramp in the center of the map, so it's very easy to get on the same even playing field. On top of that, there are other things that came into play here. The fact that the Oracles were stuck at home because of the Ling harass. The Ling harass started with the first step going down. I feel like I need to emphasize that a little bit more, just because Your first two adepts are really crucial. If you lose one of your first adepts, if they don't make it back home, your third base is so much more vulnerable. As we saw, the Lings, they were able to get a surround on the second adept, on the third adept. They killed the probe, they delayed the third, they forced the first oracle to stay at home, the second oracle to stay at home. Like, it's just, it all just adds up. It all just very quickly adds up. It snowballs out of control. And because the oracles are kept at home, you don't see anything, you don't scout anything, you don't realize the all-in that's coming. So Shidown, he was just caught out completely, didn't realize what was going on, and wasn't ready for the all-in. And with that, GG, well played. There is a fun modern variation of this all-in that I'm sure you've already seen. We've seen a lot from players like Lambo. Lambo's done it a lot, a laser as well. I'm bringing this up because we do have another ZVP on the horizon. Up next is a laser versus Skilless, and the more modern variation of this is you go for the same all-in, but you get dropper lords at the fringe edges of the map, and you go for ling drops. So you go for your regular all-in at the third, and then you go for a ling drop into the main and a ling drop into the natural. That has been a lot more popular as of late. And I first started seeing it from like Lambo and a laser and the European Zerg players, and like Raynor as well. And I'm curious if a laser is going to be bringing that here against Skilless. Depending on the vetoes, depending on the maps, that's going to be a factor here. But yeah, that's something else that we've been seeing as Rogue advances on. And up next, we have a laser versus Skilless. Let's go. Game 1 is on Oceanborn. Okay, we might see it. We might see it here as we are jumping in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skilless. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Liquid as well, as this is a team kill. It is a laser. Now, for some context, the winner of this series faces off against Rogue. Like, Rogue just advanced on to the winner's match. Winner of this series will face off against him in another best of 3. Just as a heads up. And we are settling in. Are going to be settling in. Speaking of Lambo, I believe we did cast Lambo in group. I think he was in group D. He was in one of the other later groups. I think it was group D. And Lambo was going for that kind of ling drop variation, so I'm curious if a laser is going to be bringing that out here. We'll see. So we are settling in. I mean, we have seen a laser going for that all-in. We saw it against Cristiano in the House of Galactic Battle in the best of 7 finals of that LAN event. Did see it, so we'll keep our eye on a laser. Likewise, shout out to Skilless. Nikita, papi, Nikita. We have yet to really see too much of Skilless here tonight, but I'm happy to embrace him here in the later rounds. Skilless also looking on fire recently, of course, having a deep run in Stars War 11. I spoke yesterday about how I'm looking forward to seeing how Skilless performs this weekend in Home Story Cup. For those curious, Home Story Cup starts tomorrow. Mañana, mañana. And yeah, my eyes are definitely on a handful of players there, like Skilless, for example, to see their form leading into the Esports World Cup. Speaking of, there it is. The road to the Esports World Cup. Esports World Cup is in a couple of weeks. This weekend is Home Story Cup, and next weekend is the qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. So it's all coming to a head. And Esports World Cup is quickly approaching. So right now is really kind of the time where all these players are on their grind. They need to ideally peak in that period during that tournament, as that is this year's World Cup, World Championship even. For those who don't know, IM Katowice this year was not the World Championship. It usually is, but this year it was shifted over to the Esports World Cup instead. which is next month, if I'm not mistaken. So that is the event to prepare for. Once we do our initial depth harass here at the third base. Chipping away at the army, getting a drone, getting a ling, not too bad. Back at home, it's going to be a Stargate opener at a Skillus. We are getting to our Stargate, into our third. Skillus going to be settling down. LA is going to be joining up, and my apologies. Okay, Skillus has been embracing this as well. This is wild. It's going to be an Oracle opener into a Void Ray. Now, this can be really tricky just because usually you would go for the Void Ray first to hunt down Overlords. For the Void Ray to be second, this will kind of lure out additional Overlords, will expose the Zerg player, will allow Skillus to get a little bit more damage done, and catch a laser off guard. I'm curious if this is going to be for a second Stargate. We can go a couple different ways. This could be for a second Stargate into Skytoss. This could be for a hidden Twilight Council into Flask Glaves. We have options. Adepts, they do shade out. Void Ray moving out as well. Catching a drone, catching a second drone as well, and even a third. 3 drones already. Nice start for Skillus. Void Ray catches the Overlord. And is looking for more, but ooh, barely does miss the Overlord on the right hand side. A laser turning around. Does intentionally try to hide it. Is successful. Keeps the Overlord hidden. Void Ray looking for more. Should find this Overlord here outside the third, but we're unable to. Somehow, a laser. He's threading the needle with these oracles. A laser able to avoid, but there we go. We spot the Overlord. Immediately, the Void Ray turns around. Void Ray does turn around, making its way over, making a beeline for this Overlord. Behind this, we're getting into +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up. Adepts have arrived. 5 Adepts threatening the third. The Void Ray is so slow. By the time it gets here, the Overlord has survived. We've gotten home. Boys are being pulled. Drones are going down. Oof. It's becoming a bit much. 6 drone kills. And the Oracles escape. Did I say 6? 10! Oh my god, we're not done! Remember, 2 Adepts, 1-shot drones. We're getting up to 12, 13 drone kills. Oh my god. 13 workers go down. The Void Ray did not get the Overlord. Is looking for another. It's hidden here towards the north. This Void Ray has been unlucky. Its purpose was to hunt down Overlords, but we've only gotten 1. Should have been 3. But the Adepts make up for it. The Adepts, they more than make up for it. It's going to be 17 drone kills. We're getting into our Blink follow-up. Proxy pylon rate. How many gateways do we have? 4, soon to be 7. With a proxy 8th gateway, it's a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in from Skillus. Doubling down and going mass Blink Stalker. We've got 7 gateways back at home and an 8th gateway proxied across the map to reinforce. And what does the laser have to defend? We've been re-droning because of the earlier losses. We haven't stuck re-droning. Threw down a Hydra then. Is quite expensive. So far, so good. A laser forcing back the army. Reinforcements are a little bit late. Creep is receding. A laser does have time to rebuild though. Set up with his Hydras. Yeah, Hydra's on the way. Skillus needs more pickoffs. Needs to gain momentum. Gets a couple of roaches, but we are reinforcing. A laser, he's holding on. Laser is holding. Now we're expanding back at home, working towards +2. Skillus working on that next step, but tech-wise, he has nothing else. Like, he has no Robo, no Temple Archives, no Storm, no Colossus. It's just nothing but Stalker. That's all we have. Now we take extra gases. Skillus should be throwing down tech soon. And it feels like we're bleeding out too many Stalkers here. We try to force our way through. A laser is holding. He's got the concave, he's got the Hydras. Stasis trap up! Up! Does catch a lot of Hydras. Oh my god! Skillus, suddenly, he can take a fight. Wings are trickling in. Oh, still, these Stalkers are very low. Another stasis going up. Skillus taking a better trade, but still up against the wall, still needs more damage. Stasis runs out, and we get on top of the gateway. We get on top of the gateway. Shut it down. Behind this, we have Charge on the way. Still no Robo or Templar Archives. I wouldn't be opposed to a Templar Archives just to rush into Storm. Yeah, there it is. Templar Archives now on the way. But I'm not so sure it's going to finish in time. Because Alaze is almost maxed out. He's almost maxed out. He's ready to punish the all-in. Skillus just did not get enough damage done. Was not good enough. Wings towards the fourth. Roach Hydra pushing into the third. Do you have the overcharge? The overcharge is helping. But there's just so much DPS in all these Hydras. Oh my god, they're going to town on these Stalkers. Yeah, the Stalkers, they melt. They just don't stand a chance. Not against this army. Not anymore. Boys, they have to be pulled. Probes are going down. We're getting on top of the Hydras. Some of them at least. We're being forced back. And behind this, Alazer is still just rallying. He's just rallying more Lings, Hydras, Roaches, whatever he can make. The base is under fire. And yeah, despite the amount of damage the Adepts did early on, which was impressive, it was still not enough. GG gets called, and a laser shuts down the three-base play and takes the lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, Skillus, he just doubled down, going up to 8 gateways, cutting tech at Just Blink Stalkers, going for the all-in. Unfortunately for him, there were plenty of Roaches already out. Like, we saw that the laser wasn't really skipping army. He had droned up decently, build up a Roach count, getting into Hydras, playing it safe. And it did take a little bit too long for Skillus to get his proxy gateway up and running as well. Like, time is of the essence when you go for that kind of style, and yeah, Skillus, he ran out of time. And now we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in this series. Can we bounce back? It is Skillus. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Liquid as well, as this is a team kill. I'm sure these two players practice so much with each other. It is a laser. I'm sure mind games are also a factor as well. It's kind of like the Shopify boys, where Harstem and Lambo, like, they practice a lot together. So whenever they play against each other, like, it's kind of weird. Like, the games are kind of weird. I'm sure it can be similar with a laser and Skillus. I know that the Team Liquid players have a lot of boot camps. They do host quite a number of boot camps, and they all come together from time to time in the lead up for big events. Like a laser, Skillus, Clem. We practice quite a lot. Oh, and now we are settling in. And Alcyone, a bit of a larger map, a little more bases to take, more macro-oriented. I guess my eyes have to be on Skillus at this point. In the last game, Skillus committed hard on 3 bases. And does he do the same? Does he take a more macro approach instead? What is the game plan for Skillus? But now we're settling in. We're calming down, Pat. calming things down. Skill's going to be expanding. Likewise, so is a laser. Going for our tech of choice, going for a Stargate opener. As we did previously. I mean, hey, Skills was quite successful with his Adeptoras as well, so we may just commit to that once again. No reason to deviate too much. Probe is forced back. Going to be forced back. Alay's just happily joining, building up his queens. Oracle production underway. Now, last game it was Oracle into Void Ray, and the Void Ray was not too successful. If you remember, we got one Overlord. It was a little bit lackluster. So we may just opt to commit to just pure Oracle at this point in game 2. We'll see. Laser was able to successfully hide the Overlords. And yeah, there we go. First Oracle comes out, second Oracle is on the way. So a much more standard game so far from Skillus. Doesn't risk it with the Void Ray. Oracles move out. Third base soon to be taken. Oh, okay. Twilight Council before the third. And those additional gateways, this screams Glaive Adepts. Now, if we were casting Hero, and I say Hero, it has become a little bit more popular as of late to go for fast Blink, but it does feel very map specific. So I feel like this is gonna be Glaives, but Blink is also an option. Regardless, aggression on the horizon here for Skillus. Initial Adepts are on the way. And there it is, Glaives in production. So this is designed to catch the Zergclair droning. Basically, the opener looks standard, right? We have a third base, we have double Oracle, we skip the third Oracle. That's a bit of a tell. That is a sign that something is amiss. There's no third Oracle. And a laser is delaying his Roach Warren. We have a lair. That's actually a pretty fast lair. Uh-oh. We're taking the goal base, fast lair. This could be Ling Hydra. And if this is Ling Hydra against Glaive Adepts, Alaze is in trouble. He's going to be in trouble if he does not throw down his safety Roach Warren. Additional gases being taken, taking 5 gases here. Almost all 6. I'm feeling Hydra. This could even be Muta play. We'll see as all 6 gases are being taken. Oh my, we're being so greedy. 6 gases. 4th base, the gold. Lair's finishing up and show us our tech. What's it gonna be? I mean, regardless, the Adepts are here. And we have nothing. Just a little bit too greedy. What do we have to defend? We have 11 Lings. That's what we have. We're going for a Spire. He's crazy. Rushing into a Spire of all things. Not even the Hydras. I mean, either or, we would have been in trouble. Adepts have arrived. Queens to defend. And the Queens have a hard time keeping up. We shade into the main. Drones are going down. Likewise, shading into the third. Lings are trying to clean this up, and they will catch some of these Adepts. Oracle's a hit of support. Shade was a natural. So far, the drone count isn't too high, but I spoke too soon. We're getting 15 drone kills. Oh, the Lings, they struggle to surround this. Spinecrawler does finish. At the same time, Oracles, they go ham at the third. 24 drone kills. Oh my god. We cripple the economy. 26. Spire is almost done. Have we scouted the Spire? We have. We had eyes on the Spire. Hopefully we clicked on it. Regardless, Blink +1 is on the way. We barely have an economy to actually make any mutas to begin with. A laser is stuck re-droning, and Skillus has momentum on his side. He's moving out already with Stalkers. May as well. Oh, the stasis is going to be triggered. Nice bait there. Stasis is triggered. So far, Laser's holding on. We do prioritize saturation of the gold to help recover. True, because of the gold base, even though we're down on workers, this is not looking as bad as it otherwise would be for a Laser, thanks to the gold. But the gold is also under fire. The gold is under threat. The laser cannot afford to lose it. It's keeping him in this game. You have 7 mutas on the way. Link's trying to engage. Blink is now about to finish. And the mutas are going for a counterattack. They're counterattacking across the map. Lings, they collapse in. The Stalkers, they hold their own. They catch another queen. So Blinks at the same time at mutas, they hit across the map. We have shield batteries already finishing up. Stalkers warp in defensively. Skillus able to pay attention across the map. He does blink away. He's cleaning up the Lings. The Lings are going down. We're pushing onto creep, onto the bases. We're gaining ground. Barely any Lings to defend. Oh, the target firing on the mutas. We get one. And now we can reinforce. Alasia just caught with his pants down. It was too greedy this game. We do get 11 probes across the map. Not bad. But Skilla still has the worker lead. And if we break this location, we break the gold. Like, we have to fight. And we're losing everything. Yeah, it's just becoming too much. Skillus getting out of control there. GG gets called and Skillus ties it up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Oh. GG, well played again. Alasia just being a little bit too cheeky. He was droning up. He was on 11 Lings and he droned up all the way to 3-base saturation, go to 4th, took all the gases, went for a lair, rushed into a spire. No Baneling Nest, no Roach Warren, no nothing. And Skills punished him quite hard. Punished him quite hard there. And now we're getting into the final game of the series. We're loading in to Site Delta. Let's go. Let us go. This is where it all ends, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner we have our red Protoss tying up the series 1-1 in that last game, forcing the ace match and punishing the greed of his Zerg opponent. Representing Team Liquid, it is Skillus. And spawning in the top left hand corner we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Liquid as well, as this is a team kill. It is a laser. Here we go. And I'm hoping a laser is a little bit more careful getting into game 3. I'm sure he will be. Loading into Site Delta. I mean, Site Delta, I'm sure it's tempting to once again cut corners and be greedy, but after what just happened in that second game, we may want to just calm down a little bit and play things out more standard. Again, I don't blame Malaysia for trying to rush into mutas like that. We spoke about it at the time. Alkione known for longer games, more macro games. I'm sure he was just assuming that Skillus would also play things out in a more standard fashion as well. He was caught off guard. From here, Skillus just going for a gate expand, standard opener. Standard opener out to Skillus. Likewise, our laser settling in. We'll keep an eye on the tech of choice out of Skillus. Last game was a Twilight Council opener. Oh, sorry, Stargate opener into a Twilight Council before third. So into Glaives. We'll see if he's going to be cheeky again. I mean, in general, so far this series, Skillus hasn't been playing standard. If you remember in game 1, Skillus also went for a Void Ray follow-up just to try to catch out Overlords, and it went into a 3-base all-in. Game 2, it was Hidden Glaive Adepts. There's not much else we could go for. Based on the pylon placement, it looks like another Stargate. I was going to say we could, like, attempt going into a Twilight Council DT-based opener, but yeah, based on the placement, Stargate is on the way. So, no DTs, no earlier Twilight Council here from Skillus. Everything looking normal for now. Laser settling in. Droning up, banning out his queens. Soon to be 2 queens at the natural. Setting up our queens in the main. So first sign of aggression is going to be with our initial adept. Skills has to be careful not to dive in too deep. Does scout the third. And that first adept is soon to join up with the second. 2 adepts do one-shot drones, so now skills can threaten a laser a little bit more. But does have to respect the link speed timing. So there is a bit of a dance. We do catch some lings, not bad. 2 lings go down, we shade into the main, we get a third, a fourth, and a 5th ling. So when we threaten the mineral line, not a bad start here for Skillus. Catching 5 lings. And shading on out. Meanwhile, Oracle's on the way, headed towards the third. Now the third base. Adept still wreaking havoc. We're going for the drones. Drones are going down one after the other. Big pickups. 5 worker kills, 6 worker kills. And the Oracle will escape. We get 7 towards the end for 2 adepts. Well worth it here for Skillus. Lane's going for a counterattack. Skillus now has a second Oracle, and he should be getting ready back at home. Does spot the Lings, and we'll chase them down. Yeah, Laser unable to punish. The Lings, they don't touch the third. And so far, a strong start for Skillus. Strong start, following this up with a third Oracle. Twilight Council's on the way. We should be seeing a Forge momentarily. We'll keep an eye on Skillus. It's tempting. So, in PvZ, if the Protoss player ever gets a lot of damage early on, like we just saw, it is so tempting to go for a Twilight Council, to skip the Forge, or go for a 3-base all-in. It's like, Hero does it all the time, and it's so tempting. And it looks like that may be the case here for Skillus. This should be Blink. Again, it wasn't. Oh, actually, it wasn't before the third. We'll see if we go for Blink or Glaives. We'll keep an eye on the upgrade. Regardless, no Forge, so it's going to be committed. There we go. Blink is on the way. So, as we were saying before, like, Hero does this very often, where if Hero gets a lot of damage done early on, we go for a fast Twilight Council, we delay the Forge, or we just skip the Forge, we go for 7 gates, set up a proxy, and then just go for a 3-base all-in. And we just don't take our gases at the third. Yeah, Probe is moving out. Proxy Gateway on the way. Skillus is going for the all-in. Gateway Explosion in production. Yeah, there's the proxy. So Skillus has momentum right now, and he wants to just apply pressure and just break a laser and hope that the laser is being too greedy. Because the laser lost drones, he's hoping that the laser is droning. He's not. A laser, he's got 26 lings in production. Not bad. Lings are on the way. Do we have a Roach Warren? Oh. Ninja base? Wait, what? Okay, we're going for a ninja base. No Roach Warren, by the way. Only Lings to defend. This is going to be an interesting dynamic. I feel like I give the edge to Skillus here, but Lings are moving out. Here comes the all-in from Skillus. He's setting up with his stasis traps, moving forward with the stalkers. Lings are out of position. The wall's not a wall. Uh-oh. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood in. They flood into the main. They flood into the natural. Do we recall back home or do we commit? What do we do? Yeah, the bases are under fire. Skillus, we're turning. Oh, we turn around for a moment. What do we do? We're recalling. Oracles recall back home. Stalkers commit. Probes are going down. And without those Oracles, that means that these Stalkers are that much more vulnerable. So far, the Blinks are looking solid. Not too many probe kills. Only 6 probes so far. I say that shield battery goes down. Ooh, more probes are falling. This is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, Bobby. More Lings on the way. Queens are holding their own. We're running out of Stalkers. Skillus, unable to reinforce. He's warping in back at home. Yeah, no saturation in the main, and no saturation at the third. Skillus on 1 base economy. Stalkers, they're going down. A laser, he's holding. And this was a chaotic game, but he's got a ninja base, for whatever that means. Oh my god. A laser, he gets 27 probe kills across the map. Ay, ay, ay. 29. And Skillus, he has nothing left behind this. Remember, no upgrades, no forge, no tech, no nothing. We have Blink Stalkers. Like 0-0 Blink Stalkers. This was supposed to be for an all-in, and now we just can't afford it. And the laser just keeps going for more Ling run-bys. Again, it was so fortunate that there was no wall-off back at home. All we needed was one unit in position. You know what? I was relating this build from Skillus to Hero. Like, I was referring to Hero. And in more ways than one, Skillus was really embracing Hero this game. The Hero wall, right? Like, like there was nothing here. Skillus, in more ways than one, his best Hero impression in this game. Third base goes down. Aye, aye, aye. Skillus, he's stuck on 2 bases. We dive on the army, and again, Skillus, he doesn't scale well into a longer game. Not with this setup. Not at all. Yeah, we blame Hero for this one, okay? We. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, so we go for the pylon. Lings likewise collapsing on the Stalkers. And we just can't trade well against these Lings. Soon to be +2 Lings. Better position here behind the wall. We do reduce surface area. But we're still trading gas for minerals. Gateway gets shut down. And back at home, we have a Roach Ward on the way. We should be taking extra gases soon. Joining up to 3 base saturation. Even saturating some of the ninja base, which this isn't even really a factor. I don't even know why a laser went for this base. I don't fully understand. We didn't even need it. Don't fully understand, but it's fine. It's fine. A laser just doing his thing. Maybe in preparation for a base trade. Maybe he was anticipating it, and I mean, I'm sure he was with that Ling Flood. So in case there was a bit of a base trade, he would already have a ninja base. This is one of those games where I would love to hear from a laser as to the thought process behind his setup. I'm curious if he did accurately read that, because he didn't scout the main base, but if he just assumed that Skills would go for a 3-base all-in after killing so many drones. And his response was to just go for a Ling Flood and to go for a base trade. Like, if so, that's wild. Like, that's a crazy read. But it would make sense, like, if they're familiar with each other, right? Like, if they practice a lot together, then he would know. As we punish these Stalkers, the stutter stepping by the Lings. Yeah, we shut them down one after another. Roach is coming in to reinforce, add some DPS. And we can lock the army down. Even Lings on the low ground. GG gets called. There's no escape. And a laser will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A laser does take it in a very interesting game. I'm sure some metagaming took place in that as well. As I mentioned before, because Skills and the laser are they're not just because they're teammates, but because Team Liquid do actively have boot camps and they actively promote having their players practice together as well. I'm curious if a laser just knew that because he had lost so many drones early on, that would trigger Skills to go for an H-gate all-in. And in that scenario, that a laser would have the opportunity to go for a bit of a base trade with the Ling Flood. And it worked wonders because it wasn't just a base trade, but you know the wall was open and that was game then and there. GG. GG, well played. Really interesting game there from a laser. And Skills got caught out in a head-to-head fight. Fun fact, if a laser had those links to defend instead, I would give the edge to Skillus. I would say that he would most likely win the fight there, because it wasn't just his Blink Stalker all-in. He had the 3 Oracles to support. That's what's so dangerous about it. You have 3 Oracles that can throw down they were throwing down stasis traps. They have the Pulsar Beam in case the links surround as well. Like, it's ideal against just like a pure Ling defense. But that's not what we had, and that was a wild game. GG, congratulations. Catching up. Worker count is okay for skills, though. Even worker count is never kind of where you want to be. I mean, even then, just referring back to it, skills was all in. He had no tech. He had no forge. He had no robo. He had no temple archives. There was just nothing getting into a longer game there for skills. It was just being outscaled. Like, it's just, yeah, the game state was brutal. And GG. That's there was no longevity for Skillus in that game. That's the word that I was looking for. And with that, we have one series left. One series left here for this group and for tonight's broadcast. It's going to be a ZVZ between a Laser and Rogue. As Rogue has been patiently waiting in the next round. I just need a moment to set up our stuff. He could build. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens. That's what happens when you're all in, right? That's what happens when you're all in. Is you know, you're not really thinking further ahead. That's not the goal of the game. But regardless, we are going to be settling in for our ZVZ. Again, we were able to feature Rogue earlier versus Solar, and it was a very short series. If you missed out on it, I recommend the VODs. It was a lot of fun. Rogue versus Solar, it went all the way to the ace match, all 3 games, and it was like a 15-minute series. we had 12 pulls, we had Link Floods, we had Roach all-ins, just hyper aggression between Rogue and Solar in their first series. So I wonder how a Laser approaches Rogue. I'm curious. In general, when it comes to European ZVZ, it's a little bit more chill. It's a little bit more macro-oriented. And Korean Zerg's a little bit more chaotic. But at the same time, like, this has been the case for a long time, and I'm sure people are familiar with this dynamic, and yeah, I'm curious. That's why I'm curious how a Laser is going to approach this and how he adjusts to a player like Rogue. Especially when there's so little information out there about him, just because he's only been back for, you know, a couple of months at this point. We'll see. We shall see. I wouldn't be opposed to like 15-15 openers or stuff like that. Just really safe play. But we're settling in and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. We have our Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. Hello. Never mind. Going for a 13-12. I was not expecting this out of our European, out of our Polish Zerg player. It is a Laser. Bappy. 13-12. Let's go. Spawning across the map in the top left-hand corner. We have his opponent. We have the Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Not Talon Esports. It is Rogue. Let's go. Okay, so with the 13-12, we're rushing into gas, we're rushing into Ling Speed, we're rushing into a Baneling Nest. It's going to be a very, very committed, basically all-in here from a Laser. And Rogue is going for a hatch gas pool. It's all on Rogue to scout, to react, to defend. It's all about his early game control and all about his early game micro here from Rogue. We'll see if he can pull this off. Now, earlier today, Rogue did defend against Solar's 12 pool. It was a 12 pool spine rush out of Solar, but that's a very different dynamic to a 13-12. Link Speed is on the way. We're still in gas, so we are going for the Baneling Nest as well. Should soon be throwing down the Baneling Nest. Ideally, these Lings avoid the Overlord Scouts. You can see the pathing. You can see the rally here. Lings are going to be going the long way around, and they will barely avoid that Overlord. So Rogue is in the dark. Baneling Nest is on the way. We pull out of gas. And so far, Rogue hasn't seen much. He saw the first Overlord. He does miss the second Overlord, which is being thrown down here towards the left-hand side. So far, still no scouting. And soon we're going to realize there's no hatchery. That's going to be the moment here for Rogue, is the realization that there is no hatchery, that it is a 13-12. Back at home, getting into his queens, getting into his Link production. Now he knows. Now he has confirmation. And back at home, how do we respond to this? Defending the low ground is so difficult here against a 13-12. Queens are on the way. Lings are amassing. Boys are being pulled. We have a Spine Crawler on the high ground. The Lings will threaten the main. More Lings on the way. We don't quite get the surround on a Laser. With help of these Banelings, we can zone away the armor. We get a surround! Oh, the Queen is surrounded. The Banelings, one goes off on the Lings. The Queen falls. So far, so good. We still have one Baneling left. Another Baneling on the way. We get a surround once again. Now the Spine Crawler will finish. The Baneling Nest up. Doesn't quite go off. Is saved, is preserved. Boys are pulled. Second Baneling has arrived. And what do we go for? Oh, we connect on the drones. Yeah, drones are going to be focused down. We get 6 drone kills back at home. A laser has thrown down a hatchery, but he's still massing lings. He's still committed. Rogue is down to 14 drones. Still has the worker advantage. His own link speed about to finish up. Spine Crawler has been thrown down. We have the Queen on the low ground. Rogue is defending. He's holding. He is holding on here. Oh my god. That was so close. Rogue, calm down. Calm down, Papi. As Rogue does bust past the army, forcing it back home. Oh, can he get the Baneling? He can. Nice snipe on the Baneling. And back at home, a laser's droning. A laser's droning up. Rogue is droning up. We are getting into a longer game. Whew. And we need to take a moment here to take a breath, to catch up on what kind of tech we're working with here and where we are. Both players have link speed. Both players have their second bases. A laser has a slight drone lead, but that's soon going to go the way of Rogue with those 4 drones on the way. So a pretty similar game state. Rogue diving on top of the Baneling nest. Ooh, does shut down the Baneling, just barely. Queens are in position. With all the Queens we can defend. Lings, they bust into the main base. We can focus on some more drones. Oh, we don't quite get it. We're so close. The drone. We don't quite get it in the end. We get barely not a worker in the main. A very clutch defense here out of a laser. The one drone finally goes down. Whew. And Rogue, he's rushing into a lair. Okay. Okay, Papi. You got my attention. We're going into 2-base lair. We're not expanding. We're not taking a 3rd base. We're walling up. Evo Chamber, Roach Warren. Now, this could be a couple of different things. This could be 2-base Muta if we take extra gases. This could just be 2-base Roach for 2-base Roach all in with fast Roach speed. I am curious with how many gases we take and how we wall up. Handful of links on the way. A laser, instead of walling up, instead of taking up, we're going for a 3rd. So a laser will have better economy. So we have a different dynamic going on. We have Rogue staying on 2 bases. We have a laser expanding. 3rd base is under fire. If we can force a cancel, that's going to be huge. Oh, we can. We can and we will. We cancel the 3rd base. Big pickoff. That economic advantage that the laser should be getting is not quite there. Overload can be shut down. Does supply both Rogue. Taking the triangular thread instead. It's 2-base Muta. Let's go. We are taking all 4 gases. All 4 gases. The Spire is on the way for Muta Tech. We're walling up. Meanwhile, a laser making so many lings. Now, this makes sense because we lost the 3rd, right? The 3rd base went down, which means taking an economic advantage is going to be that much more difficult. A laser is going for an all-in. A 2nd all-in. Meanwhile, Rogue setting up, still has the Spine Crawler, has 2 Queens. No Baneling Nest. Because of the setup here, there's no Baneling Nest, which means a Link Flood can get out of hand. There's no defensive Banelings for Rogue. Lings have been spotted. We need roaches. We need roaches as quickly as possible. We cannot bank up resources for the mutas. That'll kill us. We need roaches. There we go. 4 roaches on the way. 2nd wall off as well. The Queen is stuck outside the wall, but I mean we gotta do what we gotta do, Papi. Queen is gonna be going down. No transfuse. And the Banelings, they can go for the Evo Chamber. They can and they will. They knock down the wall. We bust into the natural. Roaches come out just in time. They focus down the Banelings, but there's so many more. Oh, we do connect with the hatchery. I don't think that was intentional. But the Lings, they flood in. They knock down the roaches. They knock down the Spine Crawler. Yeah, Spine Crawler falls. And now we're getting to the mineral line. You know, the spine. We're going for the hatchery. Oh my god, we're going for the lair. The lair goes down. Big takeoff. We have the Spire. We can still make mutas. But we don't really have the economy. We have a handful of slow roaches. And these buildings, they're about to bleed out. As the creep proceeds, these Evo Chambers, they're falling one after the other. The Roach Warren is under threat as well. 11 drones go down. We have 3 mutas on the way, and back at home, a laser has a 3rd, and he can drone up. A laser can drone up. Once these buildings bleed out, so, I mean, we can just run past the roaches. Yeah, as the buildings are going down. And there's no way to re-wall behind this lair. How many queens do we have? We have 3 queens. Not ideal, but there's barely any mutas. Like there's 4 mutas, soon to be 6. That's enough for map control. So the Overlords, they're being sent back. Overlord should turn around. Spores are on the way. I think this Roach Warren may bleed out before the hatchery finishes. It's gonna be close. I think so. I think the Roach Warren dies. So even though these mutas have map control, we could still Link Flood again. It's possible. Speaking of, yeah, we can just move out with the Lings. Mutas, they deny a Spore. Good SimCity so far. Like, we do wall off with these roaches. Yeah, we deny the surround. If this army gets surrounded, I mean, it's over. So Rogue has to be very careful with these roaches. More mutas on the way. Catching a couple of transferring drones. Good pickoffs. 2 drones go down. More spores on the way. Speaking of, another spore is denied. Oh, no creep connecting the bases, so the queens, they take a little bit longer to rotate over. They pick off a muta. They pick off a couple of freelings. Not bad. God, again, it's still so close. Oh, the creep! Oh, we save it. I think we barely save the Roach Warren. Just barely. I mean, we're not making roaches anyway, but, you know, it's nice. We save it. Ah. And there we go. Now it's regenerating HP. It went down to 73, I think. Around 73, 74 HP. Was close. No, we can't. Rogue cares about his buildings, Pappy. He cares about them. Guys denied. Hydrogen is done. Hydras are amassing as we speak for a laser. And these mutas, they need to get more done. Like, we just have an overwhelming economy here for a laser. The Hydrogen's on the fire. The Hydrogen may go down. Now, here come the queens. Here come the transfuse. And we keep the den alive. Link still being active, making sure there's no third base. Mutas, they catch an Overlord. 3 drones rotating back around once again, going for the Hydrogen. Uh-oh. And we barely get another transfuse. Yeah, we keep the den alive. Hydra of range finishing up. Or Groove Spines. Queen's keeping these mutas pinned back. And the Hydras are amassing. I mean, again, Rogue, he's attempting to recover, and there's a lot of potential with mutas. You have a lot of micro potential with them, and hey, we've been getting how many Overlords? 3 Overlords, drones, gas geyser. We threaten the Hydrogen. If we had gotten the Hydrogen, then maybe we can pull off defense. We catch the Lings. Bailing Nest on the way. So the way this works here is Muta Bailing or Muta Ling Bane. We need these Bailings to connect. We need the Bailings to connect specifically with the Hydras. If we can somehow pull off a miracle defense where the Bailings collapse on these Hydras, then the mutas will clean everything up. Now, unfortunately, it's slow Banes, so yeah, there we go. GG gets called. I'm like trying to, like, you know, jump hoops and be like, is it possible? GG. GG, well played. A laser takes game 1. GG, what a very chaotic game. As a reminder, that started with a 13-12. It started with a 13-12 out of a laser, and Rogue survived. Like, Rogue defended. He defended against the 13-12. It went into a longer game from there. Went into a quote-unquote macro game. If you remember, the moments when things turned on their heads was when Rogue denied the third. Remember, he canceled the third base, and it was after that cancellation of the third of a laser, that's when he started making nothing but Lings. Then he went for a Link Flood, and it so happened to coincide with Rogue going into 2-base Muta. Because it was going 2-base Muta, he had that much less to defend, no Bailing Nest, he had a later Roach Warren as well, he was vulnerable, and a laser did bust in, and did go for the kill. GG. We're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Not Talon Esports. It is Rogue. Down in this series, looking to bounce back, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. This time, not going for a 13-12. This time he's droning and making an overlord. It is a laser. Whew. Okay. So let's settle in. This time we're calming down. We're expanding. He's crazy. Hatch gas pool. Standard opener. He's lost his mind. So a much more normal approach here to Oceanborn. Thankfully, we're just calming things down. Going to be expanding. Hatch gas pool, I imagine, into a third base. We'll keep an eye on our players and see if either one does wall up on 2 bases and be hyper aggressive and go for a 2-base play. That'll be our first real sign. As for now, we're just going to be droning up and fanning out our overlords. Shout out to Rogue, despite what happened in the last game. I mean, again, he defended against a 13-12. So just a standard hatch gas pool. He's not tempted to go pool first or 15-15 or anything crazy like that. No 13-12 of his own. We will settle into a standard game. Standard early game. I feel like a laser's always had a solid understanding of ZVZ in the past. I haven't really seen him play at all recently, though. We've been mainly... I guess it's also because of the region, because of the Polish region, but we've been casting a lot of... Polish tournaments, a lot of Polish weeklies and Polish lands, so we mainly see a laser in a ZVP setting. We don't get to see him too much against Zerg players, so likewise I'm also excited. A laser, he's known for like greed basically against Terran and a lot of greed against Protoss as well. But I agree, wasn't there a tournament where a laser beat Cyril, but this was like a couple of years ago? Am I crazy? I'm thinking of like maybe like a DreamHack regional, like in 2022 or something. Maybe 2021. I remember a laser, he got a really good result in ZVZ. I can't remember if it was against Cyril or Raynor. Let's double check. Rogue, he's link flooding. As I'm trying to double check, Rogue is link flooding, he's not joining up. Meanwhile, a laser is playing 2 base. We have a fast lair on the way for a laser, and Rogue is looking to just send everything across the map. The Queens knocking back that overlord, reducing the time it takes for a laser to respond, as we are denying vision. With denying vision here from a laser, he will not be able to scout, or he'll be able to scout it a little bit later. Lings are massing up back at home. Lings are massing up. And we're soon to hit a timing with Ling speed. It's all or nothing here for Rogue. It's his turn to be the aggressor. Again, the laser doesn't see much. He does have a wall up, but that's because he's playing 2 base. He's got his wall, he's got his queens. Roach Warren's still on the way. He still doesn't know. Now he knows. Now he sees. The roles have been reversed. He's going 2 base muta. Okay, let's go. Spire has been thrown down. We are setting up for 2 base muta, but here we go. The Lings, they have arrived. They're knocking down the queen. But this time there's no Bailings. Yeah, no Bailings out of Rogue. Does take down the first queen. Roaches are amassing. We have a secondary wall behind this. And soon to be another wall as well. Roach Warren is going to go down. We do make 4 roaches. 4 roaches do pop out. Oh, Broodling's getting a lot of damage done, and the Lings, we're running out of steam. We're running out of Lings. We are running out of Lings. We have a transfuse. We have 1 transfuse available. It does barely connect. We can try to shuffle the queens around for another transfuse. The Spire is almost done, and Rogue does not break through. He doesn't break through. Now he's droning. Ay, ay, ay. Now is not the... I mean, say now is not the time. I guess now it has to be the time. But Rogue is so far behind. Again, no Lair, no Roach Warren, no nothing. Roach Warren just now on the way. No drones. And here come the mutas. And the mutas of a laser are going to be so much more impactful. Like, we can't afford extra queens. We can't afford spore crawlers right now. Because we were all in. This laser has the economic lead. We're going to be investing into 7 mutas. I'm curious if we double down on mass muta, or if we just go muta first, just to shut down overlords, and then go into roaches. We can go for either or. Mutas are revealed. They shut down the overlords. Meanwhile, Rogue hiding his lings on the right-hand side. So this Evo chamber has been knocked down. It looks like a laser plans on expanding. Rogue is aware of that, so his goal here would be to at least deny the expansion. So Rogue can at least maintain a base lead. As mutas are moving out. They move out, they hit the natural. The spore isn't done! The spore is not done. Drones are going down left and right. We got 7 drone kills, 8, 9, 10. 10 workers fall. We hit the 3rd as well. Oof. 12 drone kills for 2 mutas. Yeah, for 2 mutas. Now we can take a 3rd. There's a ling in position to confirm this. And that does trigger Rogue's army. 3rd is on the way. Rogue is here to deny it. So Rogue can at least get this. Even going for the roaches. Let's go for the surround. He wants to get both. Can we? The roaches are saved. The 3rd base. That's a kill, not a cancel. That's the best case scenario for Rogue. 300 minerals down the drain. Kills 1 roach. The others are saved. As they didn't morph into Ravagers. A laser taking up into Hydra, into Lurker. My god, he's crazy. On 2 bases. That's a lot of tech. that's a lot of tech, Bob. But we're done with the mutas. They've paid for themselves. Rogue has drawn up to 48. Ling's trying to be active. Still doesn't have the best gas income here from the side of Rogue. Still building up. Lair still on the way. We're getting into a handful of roaches, plus on range. I'm sure, so the problem here is that Rogue, I'm pretty sure he's anticipating roach production, right? He's anticipating a roach transition here from his opponent. The last thing he expects, and the last thing that I expected, was Lurker tech. We're not ready for this. Because we're taking up into Lurkers, I would not be opposed to like a roach all-in from Rogue. Like if Rogue went for a roach-based all-in, if we cut workers at like 60, or if we like even cutting workers here and just made nothing but roaches and moved out across the map, we could potentially end the game. Especially if a laser banked up resources. But he doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. A laser saturating his 3rd, taking all of his gases, droning on up, making a handful of these Hydras, sprinkling them in. And when it comes to Rogue's move out, I mean, we do have to wait for Roach speed. That's the other big thing. Because of the late Lair, late Roach speed, without Roach speed, we can't really move out. Hydras are spotted. Hydras are confirmed. Doesn't bode well for Rogue.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Mutas hit the gas geysers. Overseer gets shut down. We did not confirm the Lurker Den. But seeing Hydras already is a tell. But again, what can Rogue do? Like he's just stuck at home for a little bit longer. 7 lurkers on the way. No hive tech, so these lurkers are going to be a little bit slower. They're going to have less range, but they're still ideal. The lair tech lunkers, Bappy. Like they're still a big power spike in ZVZ. Lurkers, I think they may have just been scouted. Yeah, we do confirm. Lurkers are spotted, and laser is just pushing across the map. Very strong timing here for a laser. With 7 lurkers. Now we have a couple of Ravagers we can buy out. We can also avoid the vials. Quick combo there out of a laser. Does pull back. See him just leapfrogging forward with those lurkers. Looking to fight within range. The concave in favor of Rogue. The laser, did we overextend? Yeah, we collapsed on the army. Very nice concave here out of Rogue. And we're going to be able to shut this down. We're going to be able to clean up every single lurker. I say that. Oh, this is still a brutal trade. The army bunched up. Yeah, the Roach army bunched up. GG gets called. A laser breaks through. Even Lairtech lunkers. They are enough. And a laser will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG. Well played. Congratulations here to a laser as he does claim the series. Again, Rogue, he didn't have a bad defense early on there for that final fight, but he was bunching up towards the end, and those spine shots got so much extra damage as a result, so much splash damage on Rogue's army. His army melted in a matter of seconds. And with that, GG. Congratulations. Congratulations to a laser as he makes it out of the bracket in first place. Did make it out in first place. Rogue got knocked down to the lower brackets. We casted that series live at the time. Again, we're going over the replays of DreamHack Dallas. This is the open stage. It is a brutal format. I know a lot of players were expressing their frustrations with the format because it's crazy, right? Who did we have here in this group? We had Rogue, we had a laser, we had Solar, we had Skillus, we had Shidown, we had Mana. And because of the open stage, they all flew over. They all paid for their own flights, they paid for their own accommodation to make it to this event. And this is the open stage. You don't get any money in the open stage. And so many of these players, they all got knocked out. Only 2 make it out of the open stage. It's a very cutthroat format. Very brutal format. And the other groups weren't better. Like, the other groups were also just fully stacked with players that have traveled, like Koreans and Europeans. And yeah, it is a brutal format, and I don't know if it's going to change in the next season. We'll see. We'll see if they hear the frustrations of the players and they try to accommodate for that and maybe change up the format a little bit. We'll see. We'll see what they do with it. Regardless, GG well played. A laser does make it through over Rogue, and Rogue got knocked down to face off against Solar. So we casted Solar versus Skillus live, we casted Solar versus Rogue live as well. We're not going to go over the games again. So we're going to be wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up here with the broadcast. Again, over the next couple of days, we had planned on going over all these replays. We had planned on going over the groups that we didn't cast live. So Group B and Group C. Group B and Group C are the 2 groups that we didn't cast live, and going over some of the knockout stage as well of DreamHack Dallas. That was the plan, but I believe the plans have changed a little bit. I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, so I didn't think that we would be a part of Home Story Cup. I was like, Home Story Cup's over the weekend. There's no WTL. We'll do some replay casts. We'll go over DreamHack. We'll go over the replays, and we'll catch up. We'll catch up on all these games that happened during DreamHack that weren't broadcasted. That was the plan. As of a couple of hours ago, that is no longer the plan. Because we are going to be a side stream. We are going to be a side stream for Home Story Cup. I think we're going to be the C stream. I think there's already a B stream. We're going to be the C stream for Home Story Cup 25, starting tomorrow in less than 24 hours. So, oh boy. Yeah, I don't think we've actually been the B stream or a side stream for Home Story Cup before. We have done the qualifiers before, but I don't think we've covered Home Story Cup live. So, yeah, we're going to be covering Home Story Cup live on this channel tomorrow and the day after. What does the side stream mean? That means we're going to be covering the group stage. We're going to be covering the group stage. I believe the playoff bracket is going to be handled by the mainstream. They'll be covering all the playoffs themselves. We will be getting involved with the group stage. And right after this broadcast, I'm going to be going over the matches, and I'm going to be picking what we're going to be casting. So we have to pick and choose what we're going to be covering tomorrow and the day after that. So 2 days, 2 days of group stage, and day 3 is going to be purely mainstream. So yeah, because of that, we're going to be restructuring our schedule. We're not going to be casting more DreamHack tomorrow. I would have loved to have casted more DreamHack replays tomorrow and the day after. We'll have to reschedule that or set it aside. Again, ideally, I wanted to cast this like a little bit sooner, like right after DreamHack, but like we just weren't free. Like we cast every day. We just didn't have a free day to go over these replays until now. So maybe next time. Maybe next time. Maybe for the next season of DreamHack. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. So we're going to be live here on this channel tomorrow in, I want to say 22 hours time. Around 22 hours time. Yeah. With Home Story Cup 25. I don't yet know what matches we're going to be casting. But I do know that the main stream and the B stream have priority. So basically for each round of the group stage, I think there are 4 matches happening at once. I think there's 4 matches. The main stream and B stream pick first, and then we'll pick. Then we'll pick thereafter as well. So we'll let you guys know. We will let you guys know. Where technically a B stream, main stream is just doing 2 matches at once. How are they doing 2 matches at once? Wait, what? or are they doing one after the other? Is that what's happening? We'll figure it out. Okay. So I guess technically B stream. There you go. There you go. I think I remember something along those lines. Yeah, like a couple of years ago. I remember a laser popping off. Yeah, with that we're done. So thank you so much for watching. They'll be switching between series. They did that before. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Wait, so what? They're gonna do like one game and then they switch over into another game and then they switch what? Wait, what? Interesting. I remember not enjoying that actually. Yeah, I remember I wasn't too fond of that. But yeah, regardless, it's gonna be a great time. Home Story Cup. So yeah, with that, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. It's gonna be raiding another Twitch channel. We'll find out who. We'll find someone to raid and give our love to, so do check them out, do support them. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego, ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. Congratulations, Laser. Congratulations. You popped off tonight. Popped off.